All righty, ladies and gentlemen, it is now 9 a.m. We're going to call this meeting to order with the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. Today's invocation is with Commissioner Spence.
Oh, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I appreciate this opportunity. I've been inspired by Jane Jacobs for many years. She was a neighborhood activist who was dismissed by a lot of municipal officials and developers as a simple political amateur who was more concerned about personal and public safety issues than the massive urban renewal projects and state-of-the-art planning techniques like building highways throughout neighborhoods that was going on at the time. She successfully challenged urban renewal projects and left a lasting impression on planning with her famous book, Death and Life of Great American Cities, that was published in 1961. So let's take a minute to get centered for today's meeting with that context in mind. We gather today with gratitude for the opportunity to serve our county. May we be guided by our research, our fairness, and a spirit of collaboration as we deliberate and make decisions that shape the future of our county. Reflecting on the words and work of Jane Jacobs, a visionary who emphasized that communities like Grand Traverse County are not just collections of buildings and land, but living networks of people, that vibrant places grow from the ground up, that good parks, neighborhoods, safe streets, and local voices matter deeply in how we build and plan. Her legacy can challenge us to look beyond bureaucracy, to listen to residents, to observe how places actually work, and respect those elements. As we consider our agenda today, may we honor her insight by staying grounded in the human scale of our work. May we be mindful that our decisions affect the everyday lives of people, family, business owners, and future generations. Grant us the clarity to see the big picture, the patience to work through details, and the humility to know that communities thrive when planning is shaped by those who live within them. Thank you.
Thank you. Bonnie, if you'd be so kind as to do a roll call for us, please.
McAllister? Flynn?
Here.
Walter?
Here.
Spence?
Here.
Henschel?
I am here.
Nelson?
Here.
Andrews?
Here.
Morris? Here. Seifert?
Here. All right, approval of the minutes.
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Commissioner Anderson, support by Commissioner Ansel, approve the minutes as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. First public comment. The rules, please, Bonnie.
Any person shall be permitted to address a meeting of the Board of Commissioners which is required to be open to the public under the provisions of the Michigan Open Meetings Act. Public comment shall be carried out in accordance with the following board rules and procedures. Any person wishing to address the board may state his or her name and township or district. Providing a specific address is not recommended. Persons may address the board on matters or issues which are relevant and germane to county government as determined by the chairperson. No person shall be allowed to speak more than once on the same matter, excluding time needed to answer commissioners' questions, if any. The chairperson shall control the amount of time each person shall be allowed to speak, which shall not exceed 3 minutes. The chairperson may, at his or her discretion, allow an additional opportunity or time to speak if determined germane and necessary to the discussion. Public comment will be solicited during the 2 public comment periods noted in Rule 5.4, Order of Business. However, public comment may be received during the meeting when a specific agenda topic is scheduled for discussion by the board. Prior to the first public comment, the chairperson will indicate the topics on the agenda for which public comment will be accepted. Members of the public wishing to comment should raise their hand or pass a note to the clerk in order to be recognized and shall not address the board until called upon by the chairperson. The board shall not comment or respond to a person who is addressing the board. Silence or non-response from the board should not be interpreted as disinterest or disagreement by the board. Please be respectful and refrain from personal or political attacks.
Thank you. Anyone have any interest this morning in speaking public comment? Please just walk up to the podium.
Good
Good morning. Kate is this working? You can hear me? Yes. Kate Dahlstrom, Long Lake Township. I'm here this morning to speak about the mental health needs of our community. I gave the commissioners a packet of 3 pages of information, and if you would please look at the first page, levels of care. We all know by now that the crisis center provides a crisis continuum of care, right? Someone, place to call, someone to come to you like an ambulance service would if it was a physical health need, and a place to go, like you would go to the emergency department. But what we haven't talked about are the real, after that, what happens? What's the recovery? Where do you get the treatment that's really going to make a difference in the long term? So what you have in the first page is levels of care. This is a continuum for mental health care. So you start out with a least intensive, which is outpatient services, and our navigator, our NAMI navigator, tells us now that generally it's 2 weeks to a month to get in to see someone for outpatient care. Next level is IOP, Intensive Outpatient Program. We have none of that. None of that for adults. We don't have any IOP for youth either. Next one up is Partial Hospitalization Program, otherwise known as PHP. It's an outpatient program, actually. We have currently 10 spaces for adults provided by Munson. We have none of it for youth. And other places in our state and throughout the country do have these programs. Next one up is residential care. We have none of that for mental health issues. There is residential care for substance use recovery, but nothing for mental health recovery. Other places have it. And the most intensive, of course, is inpatient psych care. We have currently, throughout northern Michigan, the 21 counties, approximately 50 adult beds. The state says we should have 120 beds for our population in northern Michigan. The state says we should have 16 inpatient psych beds, not crisis residential beds, inpatient psych beds for youth. We have 0 in the 21 counties of northern Michigan. The point I'm making is that the crisis center is great, but it is not the end-all, be-all. We need more funding for all these other levels of mental health care. So now if you'll turn to, I basically gave you what I'm going to say to you, but I also gave you the numbers that the county, 20 million, let's start out with 20 million. 20 million is what Grand Traverse County has received from the state for the 4% liquor tax since 1986. The liquor tax, also known as Convention Facility Development, oh my gosh, I'm out of time, funds has been this last year $1.1 million. And half of that previously was held by the county and went to the general fund. Now 60% gets to be retained by the county and held in the general fund. So I need to skip down and ask you to please not take anything from the marijuana tax money for your future facilities, development, whatever, which is not related to mental health, and please leave that whole, which isn't a big amount, but it's equivalent to 8 to 10 peer support specialists and social workers that would provide 12,000 visits for someone needing mental health care. Thank you.
Thank you. Bonnie, did you get a copy of that?
I did not. She's going to send it to me electronically.
Action right here.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Public comment? Anyone else? Going once, going twice. So move on to the approval of the agenda.
Move to approve as presented.
Support. Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Henschel, support by Commissioner Nelson, to approve the agenda as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Fantastic. Thank you. Moving on to the consent calendar.
The purpose of the consent calendar is to expedite business by grouping non-controversial items together to be dealt with by one commission motion without discussion. Any member of the commission, staff, or the public may ask that any item on the consent calendar be removed and placed elsewhere on the agenda for full discussion. Such requests will be automatically respected. If any item is not removed from the consent calendar, the action noted, receive and file, or approval, is approved by a single commission action adopting the consent calendar. A, receive. Number 1, Department of Health and Human Services Pavilions Board meeting minutes. Number 2, 13th Circuit Court Juvenile Division Juvenile Risk Assessment Team 2024 Annual Report. Number 3, ARPA Status Report. B, approvals. Number 1, OpenGov Enterprise Asset Management Solution. Number 2, Grand Traverse County Elevator Service Contract. Number 3, Non-Hazardous Waste Collection Contract. Number 4, Bay Promotion Contract Renewal. Number 5, ARPA Funding Reimbursement Requests. Number 6, Commission on Aging Mission Statement.
Fantastic. So, consent calendar, anybody move anything from the consent calendar? Go ahead, Commissioner Andrews.
Item B4.
4. All right. Anyone else? Can I get a motion for approval?
Move to approve with the exception of B4.
Second.
Fantastic. Commissioner Hessel made the motion, second by Commissioner Andrews. Roll call vote, please, Bonnie.
Flynn,
Yes.
Walter,
Yes.
Spence,
Yes.
Henschel,
Yes.
Nelson,
Yes.
Andrews,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Seifert.
Yes. Thank you. Moving right along to 7A, Project Alpha Progress Update.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mr. Tomczak, Mr. Poplinski, and Mr. Johnson are here from Cunningham Limp to provide you a report.
Good morning, Commissioners. Quick update for what has been accomplished to date and what we foresee in the near future. So we've held 3 meetings, weekly meetings, with the Project Alpha team, and it also included Ms. Fern Spence. She was kind enough to meet with us and deal with us for the last 3 weeks, which has been great. We reviewed the storage needs. So Chris and his staff met with other department heads to review what their storage needs were, and that was based on a conversation from our last meeting. So they did an extensive review with department heads, concluded I think we were about 1,400 square feet that all the additional departments would need for storage. So that was discussed in detail at our last meeting. We also discussed changing the name of the central storage facility to the COB, Central Operations Building. It fits more to the actual work that would be done inside that building. So we'll commonly refer to it as the COB in the future. So we did some evaluations of, for that 1,400 square foot, how could we do it? Certainly we can easily add on to it to the north side. We can shift the COB building further south. Won't take away any of the building square footages. Won't affect our parking because we have plenty of room to the east. So that could be one feature to accommodate even a future bigger expansion if it was necessary down the road. Other option was we stretch it to the north a couple feet. We also accommodate inside the building a set of stairs that could go to a second floor mezzanine. Because you'll have to remember that this pre-engineered building has volume, so it has height to it. We can easily accommodate a mezzanine level in the future, or if you want it now, and fit it in the footprint of the existing or the proposed building that we're seeking approval from you for. So that can be accommodated. We could easily accommodate 5,000 to 7,000 square foot on a mezzanine level. We could easily accommodate putting some type of an elevator along with the set of stairs. We could size the columns inside the building footprint to easily expand down the road, adding above a area for a mezzanine. So that was the options that we discussed. We'll obviously have answers to questions that you might have regarding these options. We also looked at, go ahead.
If I could real quick.
Sure.
Sorry. Bobby Poplinski, also here with Cunningham Limp. Just another part of the evaluation that we went through. Coming out of last meeting, it was clear of consider what other storage needs may be needed if we were to consolidate other departments out there. So we went through a 2-step process there of 1, can it be done? And then 2, is it needed if it can be done? The answer to the first one of can it be done, Jerry was answering that yes, it can be done. There's room to expand on the current footprint, even with the current site plan that's there, that we could expand and get many more additional square feet. But the next question of is it needed and should it be done is the evaluation that Chris and his team went through to talk to the other departments. And while they did come up with about 1,400 square feet, as he said, you then have to look into what that 1,400 square foot really comprises. One of the bigger pieces there was the MSU extension, and in talking with them, their storage needs is really the things that they need on a day-to-day basis. So even if they had the need for that additional storage, they wouldn't want it to be in that building anyways. They would want that to be stored in the same location that they're going to be located. So in the evaluation of if they would need space in that building, even if they needed the additional storage space, they would prefer to have that with them. So when we're looking at this, part of the exercise was if they were going to be consolidated there. So if there was another building, that building would have the opportunity to build 300 square feet next to where they would be located, and they'd have their equipment with them. So even within that 1,400 square feet, what was listed there, some stays with those departments, some of it is being digitized. Ultimately, it came down to there's probably, at best, 500 square feet to make an argument for that could be used in the Cobb. So what we did was, as Jerry said, you push that building 5 feet out. It accommodates that, which would get you about 800 square feet. But the bigger point there is that it gives you the ability for a future mezzanine in the future without having to change the footprint of the building. That's a very simple way to get you another 5,000 to 7,000 square feet of a mezzanine that can be added at any point in the future without changing the structure of the building. So the evaluation came down to, can we do it? Yes. Should we do it? Not really necessary at this time, even if all those departments were to be consolidated out there.
Bobby does a nicer job at explaining. I get right to the point. Other items that were discussed and were brought up with commissioners in previous meetings were the return on investment for some of the green energy. So we did evaluate the geothermal. The return on investment, 5 to 7 years. Estimated cost is anywhere between $240,000 to, let's say, $270,000. And that would be for the EOC 911 facility.
Crafty thing with kids painting
Sorry.
fish and under the
No worries.
Sound's turned off, I swear I don't know what's going on.
Solar panels, for consideration, I've mentioned before. Right now, we would look at, if you wanted an 80 kilowatt system, 13 to 15 year, and an estimated cost of $200,000 for that. It would be difficult to try to place that many panels on the roof of the EOC 911. We could certainly evaluate it, though. We may be able to do an option where we put some of them on the ground, some of them on the roof, even look at the option of putting something on the COB. So something to consider. And then we looked at the green roof option. We had mentioned before, there's not really a return on investment. It's a great feature to have. It typically would extend the life of the roof, but some have pointed out that there's maintenance issues. It depends on the media that's used. You know, if it's something that you want to consider us to do, we can certainly do it. So those were the three options. I also left open, though, there was some discussion at a previous board meeting about potentially having a private well in the event the public water was to fail for any reason. So we did evaluate that. We obviously have talked with the staff here behind us, Greg and his team, about what's the backup plan in the event there was a power failure at the water treatment plant or the water service. They have a generator, so the public water would still be available. It just really comes down to, do you feel that that's enough? Do you want to belt and suspenders and have a private well that would provide for at the EOC or at the Cobb? It's really a decision you would have to make. Estimated cost for probably doing a private well would be $50,000, $60,000, just to give you a ballpark for it.
Wow.
So that's what we have for discussion items, and then I could give you an update on some upcoming work.
Jerry, does that include the fire suppression apparatus?
No, it would not. So if you wanted to, again, because we're going to have public water available, we wouldn't need a reserve tank. But if you're not confident that that public water is going to be reliable, then you would have to look at putting a reserve tank in. Again, it's a belt and suspenders. I've never seen it done, to be honest with you. If you've got public service, you don't typically still do a private well with a reserve tank for fire suppression. I would guess it's at least a couple $100,000 to put a reserve tank in there for the size of volume that you would need.
Commissioner Henschel.
Thank you for your report. Just with regards to well versus municipal water, was there any cost analysis done for like irrigating the lawns, how much we spend a year in gallonage?
Haven't done any analysis for irrigation. I would anticipate if you wanted to do something like that, we can certainly easily accommodate a 1 or 2 inch irrigation to be teed off the public lead, and then you would probably be looking at around $10,000 for irrigating that area of the EOC.
Okay, I'm just curious, there's maybe not a full return on investment, but there's offsets of having a well, if you're not paying the extra for that treated water that we treat for our residents to drink, and it's just going on the grass. I don't know if there's any savings there that would make it,
Probably not.
over the years.
But to your point, Commissioner Henschel, we recently discussed Civic Center and irrigation there, and that's all treated potable
Right.
water already, which is a colossal waste of a resource and energy. And I think perhaps my concern is with the well is like we just recently had an ice storm event where it's my understanding that emergency management staff or 911 staff were stuck in their building for 3 or 4 days. And so they didn't have water. My concern is like, hey, if you're going to be stuck in an EOC center for 3 or 4 days, they're going to need a shower and they're going to need to have something to drink, things like that. So when I think about a well and municipality failure, and some of that's not just power failure, some of that is the ugly word terrorism, which rears its ugly head in this country every once in a while, especially when we don't expect it. And if it's $50,000 for that, I mean, I don't even know why we'd even think twice about not doing it, or at least exploring that, if I may. I'm going to come from Commissioner Henschel back this way because I know Commissioner Andrews can't stand it. Commissioner Nelson?
Well, I think as for the well, there's not only the ongoing expenses of maintaining that well, testing and all that stuff, you've got, like you said, we're talking $250,000 with the tank for fire suppression. So I think the return on investment, which was my next point, I don't think it's there. The chances are very good that it would never be necessary or used. And then I'd asked a lot about the return on investment on these different items. So I did for a living in the past. You look at these return on investments, and solar panels and the green roof really don't make sense. The payoff is just too long. The only thing that we should even consider is the geothermal if we were to look at anyone. When you look at the 5 to 7 years, that's kind of within the realm of possibility. I'm not suggesting that we do, but I think we should not even consider the other two. It's just not cost effective. And with solar panels, you're going to have some ongoing expenses which are not built into this. So becomes that's my opinion. So and thank you for the report. It's always complete and answers a lot of our questions before we even get to our questions. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Flood?
I just want to say thank you for the report. This is exactly what we were hoping for, to come back in a few weeks. So I greatly appreciate the time and effort that you all put into it. I think the return on investment is there for some of these projects. I don't feel the well is the necessary one, but I'm always open to more discussion.
Mr. Spence? You were there?
Yeah, I've been present through a lot of these conversations that we've been having, and I've asked a lot of questions, but I would like to reinforce that these green energy options do have grants available, right? I don't see that on your report, but we talked about programs. We didn't talk about Michigan Saves, which is a green bank, which offers financing for green projects like geothermal and solar and green roofs. But I'm going to use that as an example of opportunities for funding that we should really investigate. And I appreciate that these are options that we don't have to sign and commit to right now, but that we can maybe do a step-by-step process so that we can at least get this project underway, but maybe choose a green roof, not today, but after we've had time to consider what kind of funding options are available. And I understand that we have that option, right? If we
do for the green roof, we do for the solar. We would like to have some decision on the geothermal, only because right now we're in the middle of what we call the DD set for the EOC 911 facility. So the mechanical contractor or the mechanical engineer wants to be able to determine what system they're going to be designing to. So if we could get some conclusion on where we think we're headed for that, that would be awesome.
Thank you.
Commissioner Walter?
Yeah, thanks. I'm not going to reiterate what other people shared, so thank you for this. I'm happy to see the name change because it does reflect more of what this building is. And, you know, I kept trying to stress at our last couple meetings about it that this isn't like a glorified storage facility. And so thank you for going through the extra work to clarify that for everybody. And I agree, we don't need to build in that extra storage. I'm curious about the mezzanine situation. You said down the road, we could easily add that if we bump it
A couple feet to the north
a
to
couple
accommodate a
feet to the
stairwell.
north. And would changing the design at this point to accommodate bumping it to the north, since we're not quite in the design development drawing phase, is that going to incur more cost to
No.
redesign it at this point?
It will
Okay.
not.
Yeah, so I'm interested in pursuing that aspect of it. I don't know how other people feel about that, but just to give us the flexibility of adding on a mezzanine later, since there is so much overhead space there. You know, the only downside to that is, you know, when you create more space, there seems to be more boxes do pile up. That is kind of the issue with creating storage space to begin with, is there's more space for file cabinets to house things that don't need to be kept, so. But I think it's prudent to bump it up and give us opportunity for that down the road. The other thing is I am interested in pursuing the green options. Thank you for clarifying that we have a little more time on the solar and the green roof to consider some grant funding. Now, is that a role that Cunningham Limp would take on in terms of pursuing grant funding, or is that somebody on staff who would look at grant funding possibilities related to these facilities?
We're doing it right now.
Okay.
We are right now looking at a congressional direct spending request that's supported by Senator Slotkin's office. Not green energy, but that's just an example of the work we're doing to go after grants. So yes, we are looking at, we had a great conversation the other week with Light and Power staff to learn about available rebates for that type of infrastructure, as well as they've shared information on what may be available through a state department like Eagle at this point.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm interested. You know, it's not just I think it's important not just to look at the dollars, but there is a return, so that helps us to consider that choice. I think it's just the responsible direction to take in building any kind of a new facility, so thank you for that.
And we could certainly assist too. Recently completing that beta solar panel project, that was state funded. I think there were some federal dollars that were administered through the state, through Eagle, for that project, but certainly we could get you some contact information for it.
That would be great. Thank you.
Commissioner Morris?
I just wanted to say thanks for the time and effort you put into this.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. I concur with Commissioner Walter and others and your recommendation. It sounds like the mezzanine should be, we shouldn't foreclose it, so we should move a few feet to the north for no additional cost and reserve that. So I'm in favor of that. I am in favor of considering a well, but I think a way to do that economically is to look at it as a campus-wide process. We're going to have, to Commissioner Henschel's point, we are looking at this whole campus potentially, as we're talking about consolidation, the survey that is attached is a consolidation step. I think that is an economy of scale potentially when you're talking about irrigating an entire, I don't know, is it 40-acre area overall as opposed to just 25 acres.
Yeah.
I think that should be in the larger context of a site plan for the campus, not just associated with either dispatch or the Cobb at this point. So I wouldn't, and I don't know that and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think we have to know that we're building a well for anything you're doing in the next 6 to 8 months.
Correct.
So I would just pin that conversation personally for now. I strongly support geothermal. It makes sense economically, and it makes sense for non-economic reasons. And I share the other commissioners who have indicated that solar and green roofs shouldn't be taken off the table. Those, in addition to economics, 13 to 15 years on solar panels when we've been talking for the last 6 months about a facility that better see us through the next 50 years is a no-brainer, in my opinion. But I would also like to, it looks like that's for an 80 kilowatt solar array only for the EOC. We obviously are going to be seeing another even larger building going in right at the same time in parallel, and potentially other, structures coming down the line. To the extent that solar panels are a campus-wide approach, you've got potentially the ability to make that cost spread over a bigger area and generate more power that supports more buildings. And I would also like to see that conversation, which doesn't have to happen today, include battery backup, because obviously that really helps offset those costs during peak times and is the more efficient way to have that power on demand when you need it. For an emergency center, it seems like having the battery backup would be something we should at least not foreclose at this point. And with that, I will go ahead and make the motion. I know Commissioner Seifert hasn't had a chance to speak yet, but I'll make the motion that we move into the design and development phase for the Cobb.
Support that.
Friendly amendment to include geothermal system.
To include geothermal system.
I don't know which one of us.
I was assuming it was
Go
already
ahead.
in there, but.
Flynn supported that.
It was asking, correct me if I'm wrong, Jerry, you need direction on the geothermal system today.
That's correct, if we could grant that.
Be as clear as we can. Cobb, few feet to the north with a geothermal.
Yep.
And a side of fries.
Second, who's the second on that? Commissioner Flynn. Just a couple of things real quick. Thank you for making that motion. As far as solar goes, so how did you come up with 80 kilowatts?
I just looked at what we did for Beta. That was 320 kilowatts. And looking at the size of the structure, I just estimated for now to use the 80 kilowatt.
If we continue that discussion, so for some folks that don't know, 1 kilowatt from 8 and what usage, that's pretty large, so I thought that was impressive. So but again, that'd be later on down the road.
Yep.
And I'm really disappointed that nobody said corn on the cob. So the buildings are referred to as kernels? Is that how we're doing that?
That's how we're gonna do it.
My goodness sakes. So, we have a motion on the floor. Commissioner Andrews, seconded by Commissioner Flynn. All those in favor say aye.
I have
Aye.
a comment.
Oh, I'm sorry, my apologies. Discussion on the motion. My apologies, Commissioner Nelson.
So on the geothermal system, do you know what the life expectancy of that system is? I know you've got moving fluids and that, so generally they have a shorter lifespan, in my experience, than a traditional, but I may be wrong and the technologies may have changed. Do you?
I've
Can you
heard
address
anywhere
that?
between 25 and 35 years.
Okay. How does that compare with a traditional system?
You get about the same life with
About the same,
mechanical.
so they're equivalent now.
Yeah. Don't quote me on it, but certainly I would anticipate you'd probably get
Okay.
about the same life with both.
Good. Okay, thank you.
The wells, by the way, on the geothermal, they have to go quite deep. They're going to be 400 to 500 feet deep.
So
But we can
that-
put them underneath the parking lot, so it won't affect any of the usable area that we need for the future buildings.
Any more comments, questions, concerns? All right, now let's vote on this. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jerry, Bobby.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
All right, items removed from the consent calendar. B4,
Thank you.
Mr. Andrews.
Was me, yep. I believe, good morning. I see we have our team here. I am a follower of Straight from Nate and some of the other good work that's been coming out of our work with Grand Bay Promotions. I believe this is our third iteration of this contract. Is that correct? Yeah. My perspective, as I believe I raised the first time this was presented to our board, is that I believe we should have capacity in-house. I know our health department does have capacity right now with communications. They do a really good job of their media press releases. They do a good job of internal communications as well as external communications. Their consistency of branding is quite impressive, and they're reaching out it seems to me relatively far for one department in the county, and I think the county as a whole would warrant that similar capability. I don't think we can replicate what Grand Bay does today, but I think we should work to wean ourselves off of external contracting for communications. I think this should be an internal communication process. I understand that this contract can be canceled with 30 days' notice. I would like to see our budget for 2026 to include at least an evaluation of what are the pros and cons and costs and benefits of in-housing internal and external communications countywide. That's my view on this.
Commissioner Henschel.
Yeah, I appreciate everything you said, and that was my view. In 2019, I came in as a new chairman and worked with Administrator Alger on getting a more unified communications, and we tried, we really did. And what we found was department by department, we had some superstars that were just really good at the social media stuff. You know, our 911 is a rock star in social media. And we tried assigning different staff. We had an intern take it over. And what we found kept happening is people in their career, they leave. You know, they change positions, they go to a different department, different agency. And this was our solution, was going to a outside contractor that would be consistent, that doesn't just handle one organization, but handles many. They have future plans for, if they have changes in leadership or ownership, they're going to keep going. They're still going to be there. So that was kind of how we got here. But I do totally understand your perspective. Like, we already have people on staff. Why aren't they doing this? There's just a certain expertise and quite honestly, a passion that comes with this communications piece that we tried in-house, and we found a solution by contracting out. So just to get the ball rolling, I'm going to move to approve item B4, the contract with Grand Bay Promotions as presented.
I'll go ahead and second that for the reason I stated. I view this as an interim.
Commissioner Nelson.
So, thank you. The moment that Grand Bay came on board here at the county, everybody in this room noticed it. It was earth-changing. It really did make a huge difference. And we have 3 professionals standing in front of us. We couldn't hire any one of them with their experience for what this contract cost us in a year. And we get all 3 of their expertise. We get the connections they have made with the media in this community over decades. That is hard to put a number on, but we're getting a lot of bang for the buck here. And we have tried it the other way. I was here for some of that. And there are other companies that have tried to do that. And when you have an outside agency like this with this many contacts versus trying to hire it in-house, it's not close in a organization this size. I've been trying to get an autograph from Nate on the Straight to Nate stuff. Well, I can't even get past his security now. But those have been extremely popular. Everybody knows about them. I hear about it from people who are really not engaged in community government at all. And they see these reports. I see about the new bridge at the Civic Center. That is very, very valuable. And I just want to thank the team for what they're doing for us. They've really gotten us out in front of not only the people that follow this all the time, but the people that aren't following it. And that's really what the goal was. So I appreciate the success that we've had. So I'm very much in favor.
Commissioner Walter.
Thanks. I think the videos are great, too. Really always love it when one pops up in my feed and I can reshare it, and I always learn something new, too. So I really appreciate those. And I agree it would be good to have I see it as a partnership with an internal communications person and possibly, a video or PR vendor relationship, like not that you'd necessarily go away, but that there would be a closer connection to like the day-to-day operations of the county. That's the only gap I really see. Like sometimes there's things, posts that pop up where it's like, well, that's really not what happened, or that's really not what is going on. And it gets corrected after we share it. But it's, it's very common when you don't have somebody internally doing it. And it's no fault of yours. It's just the gap that usually happens. I've worked in communications for over 20 years, and if you don't have somebody really on the ground and you're just getting relayed information, there's usually a gap of understanding, and it's no fault of yours. I think you're doing a great job. So I'm happy to see this continue as well, but also would love to see some internal resources additional resources put to having an internal person. You know, I see when I was on the city commission, I think about maybe it was 6 years ago, we boosted up the communications in the city, and we hired a communications director, and then we developed a very popular email, which is awesome. So there's so much more that we can do that is not included in this. I see a lot of value in continuing with this, but I'd like to see those internal resources get boosted up as well, both for just general knowledge of what's happening, but also engagement and trust and transparency in the county. You know, there's really no coverage of what the board is doing or like upcoming meeting topics that might be important for people to engage with, things like that. Like there's nothing ever out there about that. So I think that's really important. One thing you mentioned in your contract was that part of the goal is to increase engagement on social, which is great, and the numbers of followers. I'm assuming this is mostly Facebook, which is I think primarily where this is. So a couple questions about that. What are the numbers from last year to now in terms of followers and engagement? I see them, I see some of the reach of the videos, but just the general page numbers would be good. And you just share those after the meeting. That would be awesome to see the growth or changes
Absolutely.
over the last
Sure.
couple years would be
Absolutely.
great. And then, what's the plan to expand on other social media platforms? Because, I'm on Facebook, but I'm old. There's a lot of people who are, it'd be good to reach different demographics that
Absolutely.
are not on Facebook. So I know this is, it'd be good to see a growth plan from you in terms of being on some other platforms.
Certainly, and in fact, that's a great topic. This past week, in our bi-weekly meetings with Nate and Jenny, we're discussing Instagram, and we are underway in creating those credentials side by side with Nate. And Nate, if you want to comment to that, but that is exactly where we're also headed to make sure that we're engaging other platforms as well, in addition to certainly continuing the social media interface with traditional media. And I don't want to discount what our work is with the traditional media day to day, is where we are interfacing, whether it's good news stories like the Civic Center and John's Parks and the Commission on Aging and filling baskets and those good news stories, but also being on call, which relates back to social and other media social initiatives, whether it's the Record Eagle, TV 7 and 4, 9 and 10. The power outage is a great example of that. So getting pertinent, immediate information, and we are on call 24/7 for that breaking news situation as well. So our relationship and partnership, which is reported on, and I'm happy to go through the presentation, goes well beyond the social initiative as well.
Yeah, and I see that. It's good to see it across a lot of different channels, so appreciate your work there.
We believe that it takes the full flywheel, if you like, where it's only as good as the communication and reach to other forms of media and being part of their genre. There isn't a week that doesn't go by that we're not interfacing on community relations in regards to visiting with the Record Eagle, the Ticker, Luke, TV stations, far-reaching throughout the state on pertinent information, MLive, for example, and other news resources digitally, which is important to interface and community education. So certainly as we grow the social side of that, Instagram is the next frontier, if you will.
Yeah, I some night at 9 o'clock at night, I was setting up our Instagram account, and the way it works is a little clunky because you, even on our Facebook page for the county, you have to have a Facebook account personally to manage that account. So we're working through some permissions issues with the Instagram, but we have an Instagram account. It's just we can't push anything through it automatically through Facebook. It does go to Reels through Facebook, but we just want to refine the Instagram piece of that, and there's some permissions issues that we're working for. So we will be on Instagram as soon as we can. I'd love to do a TikTok page if anybody wants to TikTok with us.
TikTok with Dean Bott.
I like it. There you go.
That's-
I like right
Thanks for
there
your heads up.
on the cuff. But yeah,
That's-
yeah. I'm just so yeah.
I mean, it's not a bad idea because Instagram, it's basically like the brother, sister to Facebook. It's a lot of the same people. So you're not really expanding your, I mean, it's like a somewhat younger demographic, but certainly if you want to reach a whole other range of people, maybe look at a TikTok or another.
TikTok
Yes.
or X or something like that.
Yep.
I don't know. But yeah.
Absolutely. And each platform represents not only a different demographic, but also the types of information shared. So X is very different, obviously, in communicating in words and the like versus a Facebook or immediate breaking news that's available.
But I agree, Commissioner Walter. We
Yes.
definitely need to look at that, and just knowing kids, how they communicate and what they look. That younger demographic is a population that we are trying to reach, and we just continue to miss the ball. So we're working towards that.
Any more comments? Commissioner Nelson?
I just wanted to see if administration, who has the biweekly meetings, if there's any feedback from administration, any concerns, anything you'd like to state.
I think this is all valuable information. Regardless of who or what does it, there's definitely value to having Grand Bay Promotions and the connections they have. We need to do it. And there needs to be marketing of what the county does, our successes, our failures, and it's going to only improve our relationship with the community. And we are on the heels of receiving some of our survey results back, and very, I don't want to tip the scale too much, but it does appear that in that demographic or that stat did increase in this survey. So not that this is why, but overarching, this board is committed to improving transparency with the public, and it appears to be working.
Well said, Mr. Elger. One thing that this county does very poorly is share information. Sorry, I'm sticking with Tubi, Nate. But with Grand Bay Promotions, I do believe that it is better, but I also think there's a long way to go, and I think that's going to be, to various commissioners' points, that there's going to have to be some in-house partnership with Grand Bay Promotions or somebody else to expand upon that, not only for the youth, but for some other things as well. But it is a very good start. It's better than it has been. And Bonnie, can you make sure the record reflects that Ashley said she was old? Welcome to the club, kiddo.
Not video, it's okay.
So if there's no more comments, questions, or concerns, we have a motion on the floor to receive and approve. Is that a roll call vote because we're spending money?
No?
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say nay. Passes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And just let me please say thank you to each and every one of you and the staff. We can't do our job in a partnership without nonstop communication, and the number of calls and outreach from Jenny, and where we do continue to push out not only our own releases from our biweekly meetings, but representing each and every one of the departments. A great example is the MSU event coming up, which last night Jenny and I were communicating about for August. And the list goes on, and John and the others are so welcoming to the calls, and I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so move to departmental items. Director Payne.
Ooh.
Right, it's her brother.
The Commission on Aging is getting old.
We are. All
All right, well, good morning. Yes, Lana Payne, the Director of the Commission on Aging here in Grand Traverse County. And so the first thing on the agenda is our 50th anniversary, just sort of a proclamation and an acknowledgement of that. So our actual anniversary was last Tuesday, June 10th, and so we've been in existence now for 50 years. And we're very excited about that. We are planning a celebration tomorrow, actually. Our staff is meeting for the morning. We're doing a staff meeting and a training, and then we're having a pizza luncheon and a cake and a celebration. And personally, I've been going back through old photo albums and tons of digitized photos and looking back at the history. And it started so small, and it started just with a few outdoor services, and it has grown to what you're going to see today in this presentation, and it's pretty amazing. So I don't know if you want me to go into any more detail about the anniversary celebration, but we certainly want to invite all of you as well, if you're free and want to stop by. Our office is on Park Drive around 11:30, 12 o'clock. We're going to be giving away some prizes to our staff.
What's the date
and
again?
Celebrating. Pardon?
What's the date?
Tomorrow is our celebration, yes.
Is that not a county holiday?
It is not.
It is.
Juneteenth is not.
It's a flexible holiday.
While you're
Sure.
still up there, I'll make the motion to
I was hoping to, was the only guy over 60, but go ahead, go ahead.
To-
Go ahead, no, I was trying to get the chair's attention.
to approve
apologize.
the
Old people.
resolution commemorating the Grand Traverse County Commission on Aging's 50th anniversary.
Support.
We have a motion by Commissioner Walter and a second by Commissioner Nelson to approve as presented, or commemorate. Any comments, questions, concerns? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
thank
you
you.
for
We're very
everything you
excited
do.
about it. As you can see on here, we have our 50th anniversary added to our logo, so we've been using that all year, and we'll continue to use that this year. I'm actually, I'm in meetings with him a lot because of Project Alpha, and they were sitting behind me today, and they asked me if they could heckle me while I was presenting today. So it's a good thing he just walked out the door.
The kick me sign on your back.
All right. So I'll get started here. So this is my opportunity. So thank you very much to present the Commission on Aging to the commissioners and just an overview of our department. So I've got about 9 slides to chat with you about. So I'll try not to take up too much of your time. But as you know, I'm always really proud to talk about what we do. So this slide just shows that the mission of the Grand Traverse County is actually what you approved today on the consent calendar is a little bit of an update. And the mission is to provide services that maintain and improve the quality of life for resident senior citizens and those who support them. So the change that we made at our advisory board meeting in June was to add that those who support them, because yes, we do serve the seniors of Grand Traverse County, and that is a huge benefit to them, but it's also a benefit to their family members and those that love and care for them, and so it's a huge impact on our community in many ways. Just wanted to note, in 2024, we did move to our new offices on Park Drive. We were on Front Street with MSU Extension for many years, and now we are in the same offices with the Area Agency on Aging, which is the state agency for services to seniors. So now seniors come in the door and they can get our services, and there's all at one stop. So we're just want to make sure people know we're in a different location now. So who is eligible for the services that we provide at the Commission on Aging? You just have to live in Grand Traverse County and be 60 years of age and older to receive those services. We do assess household income, but that's just to determine how much our clients will be charged for services. However, about 70 to 75% of our clients receive their services for free. And about that remaining 25% have a little bit higher incomes, and so we have a graduated scale for what they pay, but it's still greatly less than what it would be if they hired for those services out in the community. The reason we can supply those services for free for so many folks is because we are funded by the senior millage. And it's always important to make sure that people understand that the Commission on Aging is not part of the Grand Traverse County General Fund. So discussions about budgeting are solely based on our own millage funds, and we are not a part of those other decisions. So Our millage was approved in 2022, and it was a renewal, and it was for a 10-year period. So we are covered by the millage from 2023 through 2032. So we're excited to know we have funding for quite some time. It's 0.5 mils and reduced by the Headley Act to 4.739 mils each year. So, and then the Senior Center has a point as well. So, but they are a separate department, so they use their millage funding for their services, and we use ours for Commission on Aging services primarily, but we do share that funding with other agencies that provide services to seniors. So our largest contribution is to the Meals on Wheels program that's run by Community Action Agency, and we also fund and are the referring agency for the Senior Companion Program. And that's provided by Catholic Human Services, and then each year the county is required to do a match for Area Agency on Aging. The Meals on Wheels amount right now, we give $125,000 a year to support that program, and the Senior Companion Program's at $25,000 a year that we are providing. So next up here, I have our 2024 final numbers for our revenue and expenditures. I know you guys that we'll have a much larger discussion about budgets moving forward later on in the year, but this will show you our revenue expenses here. Primarily, our revenue is the property taxes, so that's almost where all of it comes from. We do have some charges for services, and we do receive a sizable amount of donations. We last year received $30,000 donation for our heating assistance program, and several larger $10,000 and $15,000 donations. So we're really supported by the community with those donations as well. And then our expenses primarily are personnel related, truly, because we have a large staff and spend a lot of hours out in the field. And then those other services is a pretty large number, but that includes the funds that we pay out to our vendors for our outdoor services, the money that we spend on our transportation program. So some of those are fairly costly items, so that's why that number is pretty large. And we'll go into a lot more detail about those. So those are the actual numbers. In 2024, I actually budgeted for about $4.6 million. So we pretty much over budget every year. Because of some of those programs, we want to make sure we have enough money in the budget if we have more people ask for them. So we never really know for sure how many vendors we're going to get or how many people we can provide that service to for those outdoor services. We never know for sure how many people are going to request transportation vouchers and beta passes. So we overfund just to make sure we have that sitting there. But typically, we add to our fund balance pretty much each year. In the past, we have added to our fund balance a pretty sizable amount, but in 2024, we only added to our fund balance about $10,000, which is really good progress for us. We're trying to use up that fund balance as best as we can. And so this next page shows our fund balance for 2024 numbers. And so the amount of the fund balance that's sitting there that really is unrestricted for us is $2.5 million at this time. I anticipate with the COB and the Commission on Aging Outdoor Services moving to there. Part of that plan was to be able to grow our outdoor services by 3 more employees. So we do anticipate spending down some of that fund balance to add those personnel costs, to add all of the trucks and equipment and everything that will go into adding those staff there. And then I have some other initiatives that I'm looking at that we'll talk about at the end of this presentation. So the next few slides are specific to the numbers of people that we're serving. So one of the areas that we provide services are in-home services. So we are able to go into homes and clean for folks, and that includes some laundry and grocery shopping for people who can't get out and shop. We have home health care, which is personal care, bathing, help getting dressed, helping cooking meals. Respite care is relieving a caregiver in a home so that they have skilled care there and can feel safe leaving their loved one at home. And foot care clinics are either in-home or at different locations. We partner with several assisted livings and with the Senior Center Network for foot care clinics. So our numbers, I think, are pretty amazing. We serve, you can see here the number of clients that's average per month that we serve. But in a 1 year's time, the number of in-home visits we provide is almost 18,000 in-home visits in a year. And the number of hours of service is over 22,000 hours of service in 1 year just for our in-home services. And then the bottom part of that chart you have is in May, the number of clients that currently receive those services and the number of people on the wait list. So wait lists have always been a challenge at the Commission on Aging, but we've done a lot to address those over the last few years. The homemaker aid, so that was house cleaning clients, that wait list is still up over 200 people, but a year ago it was over 300. So we're making progress. We're slowly getting additional staff into that program and taking people off the wait list. Our goal is, of course, to not have wait lists. But those other wait lists for our services are pretty small.
May I interrupt you to
You
ask
sure
a question
can.
directly on that point?
Yes.
How is the wait list purely based on when you got on the list, so first in, first in, first out, or is it prioritized based on need or other requirements?
It's primarily based on when you sign up for a couple of reasons. We also have to pull by location what works in a schedule. If the next person on the wait list lives in Interlochen, but that worker has an opening in East Bay, if they're over in that side of town, we might not be able to fill it location-wise. The reason we don't assess it, because people are on the wait list for a long time, and by the time we get to them, they all have needs. Their needs have changed, and so we do not prioritize based on need.
So if you have somebody whose income is $100,000 ahead of somebody whose income is $9,000, we won't get to the second person first?
Nope, we don't prioritize other than by when they sign up for the service, although typically we don't have people who have an income of $100,000 calling the Commission on Aging. That's why 75% of our folks are getting their services for free.
Yeah, I just wonder if there's any way to weight the lowest income or the highest needs, but it doesn't sound like that's a possibility.
It's a challenge, and it's something we've looked at off and on and how best to do this. We have added assessment nurse, another position, so we do assessments more often. We had gotten pretty behind on assessments, but we're all caught up with those. We're assessing our clients once a year and determining and finding if they have needs or starting to have a need for another service. But the house cleaning is the one where we really can't look at that. The other wait lists where they have more of a physical need, like home health care, respite care, those wait lists are short. So typically, whoever's on there, we're already looking at where are they going to go on a schedule. So those keep moving. But the house cleaning is a piece we can't really change.
Thanks.
Any other questions so far? Okay, I'm going to move on to outdoor services. So here are the numbers for outdoor services. And so we typically have 500 people at any given time receiving a service. So right now, those folks are receiving lawn care. We'll have a different set of folks receiving snow removal. They may or may not have both services, depending on if they live here in the winter or not. And the number of visits is almost 13,000 in a year. And the number of hours of service, if you'll notice, is a lot less. So typically those visits don't take an hour. So they may be, a half hour to plow their driveway, a half hour to mow their lawn kind of thing. But as you can see, we have 566 people getting lawn care, another 428 getting snow removal, 350 getting windows. So we serve a lot of people in this program. We're excited about the new facility because, as you can see, like for snow removal, we already have another 200 people on that wait list. So every year when we get around to that service, we always have at least 200 people or so on that wait list. And we rely on contracting with vendors, and we aren't always for sure who all will sign up as a vendor each year. So to add staff to address those wait lists is very exciting to us, and to know that we won't have to have those ongoing wait lists for those services. And certainly as the senior community grows, there will be more and more of a need for that.
question.
Yes.
What, with regards to the home chore, the lawns and snow plowing, what percentage of those are using in-house employees of Grand Traverse County versus the voucher system where there's an outside contractor doing the work?
I have numbers on that. Hang on just a second. So it's about, it's between 2/3 and a quarter that are a vendor at this point.
Okay.
Yep. And then our next slide here is our other services that aren't primarily in the home. So the first thing that we do is we can do those personal emergency response buttons. We have nearly 800 folks who get that through the Commission on Aging, and like I said, 75% of them or so are getting it for free. And then we address transportation needs, and right now we can give our clients a beta pass once a month. It's that $33 pass, so it has quite a few punches on it. And typically, you know, the average last year for a month is 90 passes every month. So, you know, it's a good $3,000 worth of beta passes every month. And then the transportation coupons are a coupon that seniors can use with our local cab companies and use them just like cash. And so we sell them in sets, and so those are the numbers of sets that were sold. The important piece of transportation to know is that in 2024 and prior years, each client was eligible for $40 worth of travel a month, which we found was not even coming close to what it would cost for a cab ride for even one trip. And so this year we're offering $120 a month in transportation for these coupons. So we're really trying to assess what is the true need. How many of those are we going to be able to sell, and what is that need if we give that kind of money? And so we really need to see that level of need in the community.
What is the, I understand that Beta does an on-demand request that's taxpayer funded, right? Because that's coming out of our millage. What is the opportunity to partner with Beta on those transport needs of people? It's right, as I understand, it's an on-demand requested service that they provide to avoid having to do routes that may not be well utilized.
I actually have a meeting set up with Beta in just a couple of weeks to discuss exactly that. So I am part of the Bay Area Senior Advocates, and we have an advocacy team. One of their main discussions is transportation and what are we going to do about that for our seniors. There's not transportation to medical, non-emergency medical trips anymore. There's so many needs for transportation. So we are talking with Beta and going to see what it would look like to fill the gap. So the issue with riding Beta, there are two. Seniors can maybe not know how to ride it, so we want to teach them how to ride it, and Beta's been doing a great job at making that happen. The gap is that their drivers cannot assist a person from their home onto the bus and vice versa. Their drivers can't stay at an appointment for someone. So we are going to look at, can we structure the Commission on Aging using millage dollars to perhaps pay for caregivers that could fill that gap on these buses. So that's what we are exploring right now to see what that might look like. And who would work with for whom, how would we fund that? Would they just hire them and we would fund it? Would they work for us? We don't know yet. So this is a brand new concept that we want to do. So that's a piece of it with Beta. We're really looking at that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Please let us know how that turns out.
I will. My hope is that by the time we talk about budget, I'll have a much better idea of what we're looking at. And at the end of my presentation, I have a couple other really exciting opportunities that we have in front of us. As far as transportation goes, the other piece that this advocacy group is looking at is we are looking at other states and what are they doing there. So there is something called the My Ride America Transportation Network. So I have been speaking with them. We are trying to learn how do we get that started here. It is a volunteer-based program, so the drivers are volunteers. And what I understand so far about that program is that the local, typically it's the Commission on Aging, they're using funding to help the volunteers pay for the auto insurance, the additional premium that's required to transport other people. Because that's where the challenge is to get volunteers to drive, is because they are liable for driving these folks around. So it's really interesting. The state of Tennessee has it in almost every single state in this volunteer-based program. So we're looking at that too. just to address the transportation question. So next on here, we have a staff of 44 employees. I think a lot of times people are surprised that we have as many staff as we do. We have a 4-man management team that includes myself. We do have a social worker on staff. We don't charge for her services at all, and she's very, very busy helping folks with anything from Medicaid applications to grief counseling and kind of everything in between. So she's a great resource. We have 2 registered nurses. Those are the folks that go out and do those annual assessments. We have 2 licensed practical nurses who do all of our foot care. Our universal aides are the ones who do the personal care and respite care. They're skilled aides. The homemaker aides are the people who clean. And then, of course, our crew of 7 outdoor service workers, and then we have 8 folks in our staff. 2 of them in the office, 2 of them are running programs. They're coordinating programs for us, and the other 6 are dealing with all of the phone calls and all of the other work that we do.
What's your turnover rate for those positions, for staff and workers?
It's very small, except for our house cleaning. That's where our challenge has been. It is a really tough job, honestly. It's because of the number of people who need the help. We're sending a worker in every other week for house cleaning, and oftentimes the clients aren't able to do any of that work in that time period, so there's a lot of work to be done. We have the whole range of very clean homes where they have help to people who may be on the scale of hoarding, and there's a lot that goes on there, and it's just been a tough job to keep staffed. However, with all the wage increases at the county, and then this board approved last year for us to additionally raise them another pay grade, we're seeing better candidates, more qualified candidates, people that are staying. And so our last few hires are sticking, and we're finding people that really have the heart for this. You have to have the heart for working with seniors to really stick. And primarily our folks do. We have so many employees that have been here 15, 20, 25, even 30 years. One of our house cleaners has been here 30 years this year. So they do stay. It's just finding those right folks who have the heart to serve seniors. So I'm going to go back one. So we do have an advisory board at the Commission on Aging, and this is the member list. So I think 5 of us are seniors, and then Commissioner Walter, of course, serves on that with us. We do have a physician. We have, I think, 3 RNs on that list as well, and 2 of the ladies that serve our clients. So we have a nice mix of community members and clients and seniors to help us make decisions. And so here's my final slide is that looking to the future. I think we've already talked about those, the transportation issues here that we're trying to address in our county. But the first thing on our list is really an exciting thing that's happened over the last 6 months. Last fall, I actually came to Mr. Alger and Mr. Forsyth and said, we're seeing, I have concerns about what we're seeing in the housing population for our seniors, particularly our low-income seniors. Obviously, we know there's not enough housing, there's not enough low-income housing, and they're on fixed incomes. So their apartment rents are going up. They're getting to the point where they can't afford them. And what we're also seeing is the lot rents for the mobile home parks have increased incredibly. And folks who used to be able to afford to live there can no longer afford it. So we were starting to get calls that seniors were concerned about losing their housing because they couldn't afford it and were going to get evicted. They could not afford their housing. And we also had heard from Safe Harbor that they had 19 seniors this year, and their numbers that they're seeing in the homeless population is increasing within that senior population. So I had their blessing to let's figure this out. We have now formed in Grand Traverse County the Grand Traverse Senior Housing Collaborative. And that is the Commission on Aging in Grand Traverse County and the Senior Center Network here from our organization. But then we have the Area Agency on Aging as a part of this, the Community Action Agency, Housing North, Traverse City Housing Commission, and PACE North. So we have really been researching, what do we do? How do we help? What do we even do here? So we sort of have two areas that we're looking at. One is a little further down the road is having an understanding of what is being developed out in this country for senior housing. How do we make that happen here? Is it tiny houses? Is it mobile home parks? Like, what does that look like? But the bigger initiative, what we have done is to tap into the resources that are already in our state for the concept of shared housing. And there is a developed and tried and true program that was developed by the University of Michigan Senior Housing Bureau. And what it is a social worker works to match both the person looking for housing and the person who is seeking housing. And typically, it's not necessarily two seniors, but one or the other needs to be a senior. And what they develop is an agreement between them for either full rent or rent plus chores, or just chores, depending on what that is. So typically, it's a senior who maybe has a part of their home to rent, and a college student, or a traveling nurse, or someone who can help them clean, or someone who can shovel for them for a lesser rent. And what the program does is it does all the assessing of both the provider and the seeker, as they call it, background checks, home visits, matchmaking. There's a whole form for figuring out what their needs are for housing, what's important to them, and it's a matchmaking and putting them together with agreements that have been developed for a month-to-month agreement on housing. So the University of Michigan did this for several years and has now turned it over to the County of Washtenaw, and Washtenaw is rolling it out in July. So they have spent 2 years getting funding for this and developing this program, and they're getting ready to launch it. One of the grants that they've received requires them to share out that information, and so they're sharing all of it, everything they have with Grand Traverse County, so that we can bring this program here. So our collaborative has decided we're going to call it the Home Share Network, and we're going to figure it out and bring it here if at all possible. So this group, with the help of Grand Traverse County, we did submit a request for the Community Foundation grant that just closed a couple weeks ago for startup funds. So it's possible that in the future we might look at using some millage dollars to support this. I don't really see the Commission on Aging as being the host agency to host that employee and to run the program. I think there are other organizations that are more housing focused where it might make sense for it to land, but that we would perhaps help fund it with millage dollars. So that's really exciting coming our way. And then just the other two things, legal assistance programs. I was approached by our Register of Deeds, and I am learning about programs in other counties and grant funding in other counties for helping divert the possibility of scams when people are trying to change their property deed. So across the country, I think this is an issue, but typically a senior who's vulnerable may come in with a family member who says, Grandma wants me to put her on the deed. And they may not legally understand the ramifications of that. So what it is they divert them to get legal advice to the Commission on Aging's in the counties that do this, and then we have assistants, can send them for legal counseling and do that kind of thing. The Register of Deeds by law cannot provide any legal advice, so all they can do is divert them somewhere else. So that's another program that we're exploring and learning. I'm always trying to figure out how are they doing it somewhere else so we can just bring it here, right? And then the final piece is just we're trying at the Commission on Aging to build a program to address senior isolation and loneliness. More and more, the research is showing that the detriment to your physical health that comes from being lonely and isolated is huge. And so we have developed a list of seniors that we believe are particularly lonely, and when we have the ability to see them, we're filling them into our gaps in schedules, and our workers are going and just not providing a service other than hanging out and chatting and playing cards or whatever it is that person needs for companionship. So lots of opportunities for growth that may mean that we need to spend some millage dollars to build these programs, but I'm excited about them.
Commissioner Andrews.
Yeah, I was just going to ask a follow-up question on the legal assistance program. Do you anticipate potentially bringing in-house counsel, or is that something where you would outsource on a contract-type basis?
We would assume we'd be contracting that. So I have been in contact with our local legal aid as well, and they have looked into what other counties are doing. So there are several counties that where the treasurers actually have gotten the funding and are providing funding to the legal aides in that county to help provide this as well. So it's possible we would contract with legal aid, possibly other elder law attorneys.
And then related to, speaking of the millage and your fund balance, it looks like we're going to see a bill for a large cob up on the hill, partly to house equipment for Commission on Aging. How does administration, or is there some discussion about how we're going to fund that? Are those millage dollars eligible to offset the cost of that new facility? And
Proportionately, yes. That's true.
so, look, what, maybe 25% of the building?
It'll be determined based on the space that
Okay.
has been assigned to them on a square foot basis, and we've done back of the napkin stuff that we've presented to Lana, and I think it was around 100,000-ish a year, and they're not concerned about that.
Okay.
Yeah, we should be able to withstand, sort of, it's going to be kind of like a lease payment, just over a period of time, so we should be able to, well, it's not like a big chunk is going to come out
Well,
initially.
I guess that's a question, because we could reduce our bond amount by paying a big chunk up front, and I just wonder what the math plays out on that, as opposed to annual bond payments where we're paying interest in addition to, when we're sitting on funds over here, but then we're paying interest over here. Is there?
It's a great point, Commissioner Andrews, and we are looking at that. Internally, we're looking at what is our capacity to have an upfront payment. Is it 5 million? Is it 10 million? We're looking at all of those options, and you are correct. That would reduce the interest rate and reduce the burden on Lana's, the COA millage. And your fund balance, we looked at your fund balance, and we really didn't feel very comfortable that we would grab funds out of that fund balance, because that's a pretty significant down payment need, and we don't want to drain that fund balance necessarily, because she does have a wait list. She has all these great ideas that we're looking at potentially implementing. We want the COA to have the means necessary to approach it, but Commissioner, that's exactly what we're looking at.
And I guess I'm just looking back at slide, page 7, that says, it appears a $2.5 million unrestricted fund balance at this point.
Yeah, and like she shared, a lot of that is when we get the new facility up and running, we'll be able to expand capacity. It's outdoor services related, and there's a big wait list of people waiting for those services. So once we get into that facility, then we can expand our people and capacity and get to the people, but that costs money. So in order to, so a lot of that, or a portion of that unrestricted fund balance will go toward that, kind of like startup funding for the people and the trucks and the equipment in order to really make headway on that wait list of these folks who really need those services. So that's, it's not, it is a lot of money, but we do have a fund balance policy as well, unlike some other groups. So, and we're right in the range, but there is a plan for using that, so it's not like it's just sitting there without a plan.
I do expect that need is just going to increase. As our baby boomers are seniors, but they don't need our services yet necessarily. So over the next 10, 20, 30 years, there's going to continue to just be an increase of folks who need assistance long after I'm sitting in this seat. But that's what we're looking at too. I want to make sure that we're getting prepared for that.
Thank you, Director Payton. Any more comments, questions, and concerns?
I met with Lana last week when she told me all about this stuff, and I'm very excited and thankful that she's pursuing these endeavors, because this is exactly the type of thing I think directors should be doing for Grand Traverse County, is what can we do better, what can we do in the future, and Lana, you're hitting all T's, so thank you.
I appreciate that. There is one program that I didn't put in here that I'd like to speak to if I could for just 2 minutes. So It's called the Senior Project Fresh program, and that is a program that has been run by the state of Michigan for many years. They also have this Project Fresh for WIC. And over the past years, what it is they would give paper coupons to seniors that they would then use like cash and take to the local farm markets. And so it supports our local farmers and our local markets, and it allows the low-income seniors, because you have to be low-income to qualify, to have some free produce every year from these markets. Well, the state of Michigan over the past 2 years and now is implementing an all-electronic system for this. So the sign-up is electronic. The amounts of money will be on a card, or the senior is expected to have a smartphone with an app and use a QR code. And so there are a lot of features of this that really don't make sense for seniors. And the Commission on Aging across the state, the other agencies that assist seniors have really argued against this change for quite some time. And what we're finding is, too, the farmers aren't signing up because they also have to have the ability to take an electronic payment, which often they don't have. We used to be able to use these coupons at local farm stands. There are a lot of reasons why this isn't working. And then the other piece is, it was supposed to roll out in May. It did not. It got pushed back to June 1st. It did not happen. June 16th, it was supposed to happen. It has now not happened. And so what our Commission on Aging and several other counties are doing is we are putting our own funding into doing a paper coupon program. We have budgeted $10,000 that in the past we would have given to the state of Michigan, but we really don't have confidence in this system, and they're also telling us we would not have access to see who had signed up, who had used the coupons, where our money went, how much was left. We would not have access to that. So we're developing our own program. Our clients will get, who've received these before, will get a postcard from us in the next couple weeks. So I really just want the public to know that in case they're concerned. We're getting calls about this. The state of Michigan was supposed to send postcards out to these recipients in May, and the recipients from the past have not received any information at all. So we're going to fix it. We're just do it ourselves. We've already contracted with all the same markets, so we'll be at Sarah Hardy and Interlochen. We'll be at Grolio's and Gallagher's, and those are the markets that have participated in the past, and they're going to participate with us locally. And our seniors will have paper coupons to take in a system they understand that works for them. They'll get $50 worth of coupons, and that's what they've had in the past.
So is that funded out of the millage?
It is.
Okay, so I'll reach out to you because I'm going to add a farmer's market to that.
That would be great. We anticipate moving forward. I think all the Commission on Aging are really on board with this. We're just going to do our own. It's easier to just do this on our own and not all of the red tape that happens, and we all have our own funding to put into it. So we know next year we're really going to reach out to these markets, but because this happened kind of quickly, we just have a small group.
So then this year, excuse me, so this year it's limited to $10,000 is your budget?
It is. It is. Not that we couldn't look at doing something different probably. If
So-
we get a lot of requests, then I'll talk to Dean about that. We'll figure that out.
Yeah, we had bumped up that budget last year, the advisory board, because it's such a great program, but it was never enough what the state was giving. So we matched it, or we added that amount of money into the program. You can do that, like supplement what the state is offering to get more seniors the coupons. And so it's not a budget change this year, just to continue doing it, just to give you a little more context for that.
The state of Michigan should still have the program at
Yeah.
some point. So actually, it will be a benefit to those folks, because if they can get signed up for the state program, they'll also have that funding. The state puts some money in, but not nearly what we did. We used to put $5,000 towards extra coupons, and the advisory board asked us to move to 10. So last year we did 10,000, and we just budgeted the 10 for this year. So anyway, if in case you've heard questions about it, and because the public could be watching, I want them to know that this is coming.
Can you send us an email to everybody, like the bullet points on that program and how it's supposed to work and how people can sign up and all that? Because I have a specific set of seniors in my mind. That's why I was asking about the dollar amount, the taxpayers and things like that. But as I go out to my community, I can share that, and I can reach out to some farmers market folks.
we will do that. We'll send you all of our marketing pieces, like I can send you all those little attachments, so you have them, and there are income qualifications. For us, we're using our the same tiers that we use. If they get their services free at the COA, they're going to get their coupons. They'll qualify. It's a little bit higher of a margin than the state used.
Fantastic. Thank you for sharing that extra piece. Any
Yes.
more comments, questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, let's risk it. Let's move right along to the 9C. Sorry, everybody.
That is risky.
She's getting a donut. Watch. She's come back with a mouthful of donut.
Troy LeCure, 911 Director. I want to start off with an apology. I apologize to anybody watching at home. Greg and I sitting together causes a lot of glare and refraction due to this. I'm sorry about that. I am your 911 Director. I am not here to talk to you about 911. I'm here to talk to you about fireworks. When can we shoot fireworks? Can you stop my neighbor from shooting fireworks? Can you stop the Sherry Festival from shooting fireworks? My dog has anxiety. Where do I find help for that? Where do I pay my property taxes? Can you help me to find a lawyer? Where do I get legal advice from? Can you give me legal advice? Can you send that cute deputy back out here? Pretty sure that was referring to Mike. We even have a caller that is calling us all the time just with the purpose of yelling at us.
Said I was sorry.
It can't be you because we believe this particular lady is in California, and we believe she's institutionalized out there. These are the types of calls that we get on our non-emergent line. And we are looking at a tool to not eliminate, you just can't eliminate, but to tamp down on those. And if it was just a couple of dozen a month, something like that, we could deal with that. But it's thousands. It's thousands and thousands. And I haven't even mentioned spam. We're getting all kinds of spam calls, even on our 911 lines now. So we have a limited capacity to deal with this. We have a limited staffing, and we always are going to have a staffing shortage. I have never used all of my FTE. Never, once. So we're trying to figure out an innovative way, somehow embrace new technology to start handling these kinds of problems. So we want to lessen the burden of our 911 team so that they can focus on emergency calls and responder safety. That's the core of what we do, taking your calls in an emergency and sending out first responders and then keeping those first responders safe with radio duties. And if we could tamp down on the fireworks complaints and those kinds of things, I think that that would help us to focus on what our core mission is. And that is what we are here asking you for today. I have with me also Leah, and she is from Aurelian AI, and she can demonstrate a little bit about how this would work. We're also happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Commissioners.
I got a couple.
I'm sure you do. That's why I looked at Commissioner Nelson first.
Are we going to get the presentation?
You want to see the demonstration first?
Please.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll let you.
Okay. We are in. Hopefully, does this have sound so we can listen to calls as well? Do we know? Will it play sound?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Well, for those of you that I don't know, my name is Leah Hornacek. If you don't know my background actually started here in 2007. I started as a dispatcher, and I worked at Grand Traverse 911 through 2021, the last 6 of those, or almost 6, as the deputy director of the agency. So I do have some experience in the 911 industry and with this agency. I also have the honor of serving on a national 911 board, the National Emergency Number Association. I'm the North Central Region Director, and I represent 13 states in the Midwest. We do standards-based type policies, procedures, forming those, and then representing the membership as well for any issues that they might have in the 911 industry. And I just recently came to Aurelian because AI is absolutely fascinating to me. And across the nation, there are staffing issues. If you go to some larger centers, we don't necessarily have that issue here, but they have wait times, not only on their 911, but their non-emergency lines. Places like the city of Seattle, it's a 2-hour wait to get your non-emergent call answered, and then another 5 to 6 hour wait to actually get help if you're going to get help. So it's trying to solve those issues, but we want to solve them on every scale, not just large city, but small cities as well. So this, what you're looking at right now, as I'll jump right into this, is Aurelian. This is the dashboard that we provide. And for us, AI is really taking calls and solving 3 issues. The first, those calls that come in that just need to be directed somewhere, whether they need a copy of a report, maybe they need to be transferred to the jail. We can handle those without a dispatcher needing to answer that phone call. It's a simple call transfer, right? The second one is triaging for the actual emergencies that come in on a 911 line. So we do not handle 911 calls. This is not for the 911 lines. Those are very, very separate. They're 2 actually totally different technologies. One's very, very complex. The non-emergency line is actually pretty simple, so it's easier to handle. But we triage for those emergencies because they do come in on non-emergency lines, whether people don't know who to call, or maybe they don't want to be a burden to a system. I can tell you in my career here, I've answered probably hundreds of calls of people that don't want lights and sirens, but their husband, or maybe they themselves, are having chest pain. That needs a human. It will always need a human. There are also situations that are sensitive in nature. Maybe somebody's reporting a criminal sexual conduct. AI should not be handling that. That is also a human call. It deserves a human touch, right? We want to triage those and get them through to a telecommunicator, a dispatcher, as soon as we can. And then the third, really a bulk of what we do, is collecting information for what would end up being a call for service. Maybe something that's not in progress right now. My vehicle got broken into. I was at work last night. No idea who did it, but my iPad's missing. You'll have a chance to listen to that call. We can collect that information, present it to a dispatcher that they can review quickly to make sure it's accurate and complete, and then get it out to a responder who can respond to it. So the first one that I mentioned is just the simple call transfers. A dispatcher will be logged into this. How the agency does that is up to them. It could be one person handling it, or everybody could have access to it and kind of do like a round robin. But they have this call history. They can see that a call has come in, and I'll play this really quickly. Nope, we don't.
Aurelian demo. How can I help?
Yeah, I need to check to see if somebody's in jail.
Your call is now being forwarded.
Done. As simple as that. That call gets transferred to the jail. That's all they really needed. There's another one here I put in here on purpose because it's specific to our agency, right? Another call that I have taken numerous times are Cherry Festival related calls, right? I've taken the 7-day boating forecast. Do you know what that's going to be? No, I don't. When do they shut down the streets for the parade? Where's the start for the marathon, or well, Bayshore Marathon, or that's another event, but where are the festival of races? Where do they start? Where does the parade end? Where can I pick up my kid that's on this float, right? We take all of those calls throughout the course of this week. So here's just another example of one and what we can do.
Ported automated assistant. Aurelian demo. How can I help?
Hi, yeah, I'm in town for the Cherry Festival, and I really don't want my car to get towed. Can you tell me when they close down the streets for the parades during the festival?
Would you like a text message with information about Cherry Festival events? If not, I can let you know that streets along the parade route are closed on parade days from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Which option would you prefer?
I'll take the text message as well.
Is the number you're calling from 23163288012 a good number to send the text to?
It is, yes.
You'll receive a text message shortly with the information. Is there anything else you need help with?
No, I'm all set. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
So when that call ended, I got a text message, and it says right here, it says Grand Traverse Central Dispatch, for more information on the National Cherry Festival, please visit cherryfestival.org. Those can be more specific based on what they're really asking for. It could be the parade routes, it could be the race, but we have the ability to send information and give information based on what they're asking for and how that call goes. The detecting emergencies, I'll go to that one next. Here's an example of what that sounds like.
Recorded automated assistant. Aurelian demo. How can I help?
Hi, I'm at Logan's Landing, and there's a guy, I think he's passed out in the vehicle next to me. He might need an ambulance, but he also
Please
could be
stay on the
sleeping.
line while we transfer you to a dispatcher, or you may hang up and dial 911.
So then that call is transferred. Now, on all of these, you see when I click into them, you get a lot more information. I'll explain that on the next one that actually collects data to send for a call for service. But you do get a summary, and you get the transcription and obviously the audio. That's what you're listening to, so you can see exactly when that system determined that this was an emergency and transferred it through. This one took 18 seconds, and that's because of the opening that we have on it. I think our recording right now of if you've ever called it is also my voice. I think it's about 45 seconds. So that would, go ahead. Exactly. Yeah, it's about 45 seconds. So that person would be waiting all that time to get through to a dispatcher to say this information, and we did it in 18 seconds or potentially less and transfer that person through so they can get the help that they need. And that can be based off of keywords. It can be based off things they say. I said passed out in this instance, and they're like, yep, they're probably going to need an ambulance. So it's different things that you build into the system or that the agency builds into the system to recognize that an emergency is happening. The third instance that I talked about was just that basic collection of data for a call for service, a not in progress call for service where nobody's life is in danger. There's no risk at this point. And I'll go through this call. We'll listen to it. It's a little bit longer, and then I'll go through what's on the screen.
Assistant. Aurelian demo. How can I help?
Hi, I need a report.
Are you looking to file a new report or get a copy of an existing one?
File a new report.
What type of incident are you trying to report?
My vehicle was broken into.
Got it. When did the incident occur?
Sometime in the last 8 hours, I've been at work and I came out and my door is halfway open and there's some items missing.
Could you please provide the address where the incident occurred, including any nearby landmarks or businesses?
I don't know the actual address, but I'm at the Meijer in Acme.
Thank you. Can you confirm if you're currently at the incident location?
I am still here, yes.
Could you please provide the city where the Meijer is located?
It's in Acme, Michigan.
Thank you. Can you describe the items that were taken?
Yeah, I've got a new MacBook that was taken, probably about $50 in cash, and my Ray-Ban sunglasses are gone too.
Could you please provide the street name for the location, Meijer?
It's off N72.
Thank you. What is the estimated value of the items taken?
Probably about $1,000.
Do you have any information about the suspect or a description?
I don't. Meijer has cameras, but I didn't see anything, and nobody's here to look at them right now.
Is 23163288012 the best phone number to reach you at?
It is, yes.
Could you please provide your full name?
Leah Hornacek.
Thank you, Leah Hornacek. Would you like an officer to contact you about this incident?
I would, yes.
Would you prefer to be contacted by phone or in person?
They can contact me on the phone.
Is there any additional information you would like to provide about the incident?
No, I'm all set.
1 second. To confirm, you're reporting a vehicle break-in at Meijer off N72 in Acme, Michigan. Items taken include a MacBook, cash, and Ray-Ban sunglasses valued around $1,000. Your contact number is 23163280012, and you'd like an officer to contact you by phone. Is this information correct?
It is, yes.
Got it. Your information has been submitted. Someone will review it and may follow up with any questions. You're free to hang up unless there's anything else you need help with.
I'm all set. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
So that created an action item in our system because somebody needs to handle that. Somebody needs to take that complaint. So a telecommunicator is going to open this up. They get a summary here of what was called in, who called it in with telephone number, what kind of contact that they would like, if that's an option. There are agencies out there where they have to be seen by an officer. So they're going to get somebody. That question may not even be in there. Those are all customizable. It gets the incident location. This one pulled Meyer from Google. We're using Google. Normally we use your shapefile, so that GIS data would be a lot more accurate in the call. So it would pull that, and then just the details that I explained. It also detects emotions, and that's important because what if something's happening that we don't really know about in the background? What if this person is overly excited and they're not cooperating with the AI? Those are all detections that we can actually say, okay, this person's really anxious, they're really fearful, they're really angry, get them to a human. They're not being cooperative. So there are kind of fail-safes put into place so that these calls, people aren't hanging up, we're definitely not hanging up on people, and we're not getting them to a human when they need it. So if they were to review this call, they'd say, yep, this looks good. I'm going to mark it in progress because somebody needs to go to it, and we're going to resolve it. We can do different things. We can send it to our computer-aided dispatch system if we have that interface. We can copy and paste the information into the CAD if we need to. If we needed to call back for some reason, we could. We also, down here in the corner, we can text back and forth with that person, say the AI didn't ask a question that we need to know. We can text back and forth with them through this platform as well. But when we sync it with CAD, it takes all of that information. It will take all the information, put it into the computer-aided dispatch center, and then we also send a text message back to the caller saying, okay, this is being handled. Somebody is going to be calling you. We close that loop so it's not just hanging out there and they don't know what's going to happen with it. I know that's a lot of information. What kind of questions do we have so far? Go.
I got one. First one is, what's the surcharge cost per call?
Oh. Have to
Not
figure
your
that out.
cost, but what's our revenue?
The revenue stream that this is going to be going to?
No, it's like, so there's a 911 surcharge, right?
Yep.
So how much is that?
Every year?
Individually. Like, so I'll just explain how it works. So I did some quick math, and I come out to about $1.32 it's gonna cost us per call for the $72,000, for the $54,000. So reference that to our surcharge.
So everybody pays $2.50 per line per month, whether that's a landline or a cell phone.
Okay. Sorry, Commissioner Walter, I saw your hand go up.
No, you're fine. So I'm one of those people still who, these kind of chat options are popping up more and more.
Yep.
And as soon as I can, I'm like, no, I want to talk to a real person. Sure. If they give me the option, right? If they say talk to an agent, and sometimes you have to wait, but I always prefer it because it's never quite right. Like, It's never quite the right answer, and it keeps going on and on and on, and I get frustrated, and it loops, and so tell me what that looks like with this system. Does it give somebody the option to actually talk to a human?
Yeah, so the agency sets the resistance. Just like I'm not really a great caller either. Representative 000, I'll hit numbers because I want to talk to a human. The agency sets that level of resistance. If they're just going to pound on numbers, it's going into a human, and they can set that to be 1 time. They can set it to be 7 times. Same thing with saying certain words. They set what that is. And I mean, honestly, if it were me, I would probably set that pretty low to begin with to get people used to that system, right? So that can be scaled as you go through the process.
Okay.
Commissioner Flynn.
Hi, Leah. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Good to see you.
You as well.
Building into the system, does your company help the agency build their system?
It's fully managed by us. Yeah.
Okay.
So we come in, we train the staff, we train admin on how to also make changes because there's probably going to be some things that happen in a dispatch center that you need a change on the fly. We can train you to do that. We also will do that for you. It is a fully managed system by us.
Thank you.
I will mention just with that quickly, the telecommunicator can also rate this call. So if something was wrong with it, they can kind of give it a thumbs down and say what's wrong with it. That comes to us. It also goes to admin. We meet once a week to say, okay, here's the feedback that we're getting back from your staff. These are the changes that we suggest. Do they make sense to you or do they not? Because you might get some people to be like, oh, it'd be nice if it would say this. Well, it doesn't make sense for every single call. You have to review those things, and that's best done by the agency. So those
And
are
that
done
weekly
weekly.
meetings throughout the whole contract?
To begin with, and then it just depends on, like, maybe we're not getting as much feedback and it's not worth it. You guys can, or they can just decide what they scale it to.
Thank you.
Commissioner Nelson?
So, first of all, I love this. This is fantastic. Thanks for looking into it. Your full-time equivalent for this, I think, is this person's probably not going to show up or not show up because they're sick or family or vacation. So, I really like it. I'm impressed. In light of that, a couple negative things that I want to ask, and Commissioner Walter talked about the zero bangers, or I want to, what does, if I keep saying, I want to talk to an officer, I want to talk to an officer, does the person who is then responding kind of getting that information from the system so they know that I'm that jerk who wants to know about the parade, but I want to talk to an officer, or?
I mean, in a very kind way, yes. I mean, it's not going to call you a jerk, but.
No, but I mean, but does, like, if
So that
an actual
transcript-
dispatcher, do they see that, okay, this
Yeah.
guy?
They will. They can look at that call. That transcript is
Uh-huh.
there, both for calls that were, that were deflected that they wouldn't see, or ones that are transferred in. They can see that, either they were saying something over and over again. It will also have those emotions in there
So
detected.
if I want to
they
see the
can
star from Straight to Nate, they'll know that that's just, it's a groupie, right?
Yes.
So, and then the other question is, do you find that there are more calls to 911 because 911 has become more friendly and giving me access? So I do want to know when the Cherry Festival fireworks are. Does that happen? And that's not necessarily negative
Yeah.
because it,
That comes up a lot. So far, we haven't received that feedback.
Okay.
That has been happening more. So that's just to date. In the last 15 months, we haven't been receiving that feedback. People have been pretty cooperative. When somebody is starting to be uncooperative with the system, it will kind of, now I don't want to say guilt you into it, but it'll say, it's very important for us to get accurate information. Can you please tell us where this occurred? Something like that. And then when they don't, it's going through.
Okay.
But so far, haven't received that feedback.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Anschel?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think we'll ever stop people from making stupid calls
No,
to
we
central
won't. I
dispatch.
can assure you in 18 years, no, we will
Yeah,
not.
so I think, we have a certain, you have listed the quantity, a lot of calls, and I think once the word gets out that, hey, this is information, you're calling information,
Sure.
I think those calls may increase. It looks like a highly customizable system. I'm curious, this is probably more for staff, but what is the implementation plan for developing this? When we brought in Workday as our ERP, we ended up moving one of our top administrative staff, Sarah Adams, over to basically, that's all she does now, is help implement that system. I haven't heard any talk about how we're going to develop this thing, because it's going to evolve, but it's going to evolve over time.
Sure.
With the people that are operating, and it's only going to be as good as what we put into it, because it's a computer, garbage in, garbage out. It's got some AI, it can do a little bit of reasoning, but it still has to be told, these are the scenarios that we're going to deal with, and this is how we want you to deal with it. So, I mean, are all staff going to have access or be able to send things to be considered and implemented?
Yeah, I think obviously that would be up to Corey. The implementation time for us is 4 to 6 weeks, typically, is what we're looking at to implement it. We come in, we work with the staff. We have a really robust list of calls right now, and just across the nation, a lot of those non-emergency calls, they're similar, right? So we have a very robust list, and then those are customized to your agency based on your SOPs and those special situations, like the Cherry Festival, like water type related things, right, where maybe somewhere else doesn't have that. So the call, that is part of making that better each time. So that takes place, and then those meetings that they have with administration.
So what does
it's a
that
continuous
workflow look like? So Corey's getting calls about, the Iceman Cometh event, and gosh, we just keep getting these calls. How soon can we get something implemented to answer this same question we keep getting?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on if they're doing it or not, but really in the, mean, in the call route, you basically kind of pick a call route and type in there what you need it to do.
Okay.
And then you save it, and it makes the change. Now, if you're making a change where it's going from providing information to forwarding it, or maybe a decision tree, we're like, okay, if they need this, the power's out. I have Cherryland Electric, or they don't have Cherryland Electric, they have Light and Power, and we have to make that decision tree. That's probably a couple minutes longer.
Okay, so what kind of orientation or training will the actual 911 operators get to, like, hey, we keep getting this call, or I've heard this one more than once?
Yep.
Do they have a form submission, or they just talk directly?
So it's through the platform here with that
Okay,
rating.
so
that
every
particular call.
individual dispatcher will have access?
Yep.
They have their own logins?
Yes.
Okay, so they can submit things. Do they need approval before they go to the computer generated voice?
Before they go to the computer.
So if they keep getting a question about something, they can submit that here.
Yep.
And does it automatically go right into the
It comes
AI?
right to us.
Or it goes to,
It goes to them and us immediately.
okay.
So both people get it, both admin and Aurelian get it immediately.
Okay, and then as far as implementing changes based on those?
It depends on how critical it is, right? I mean, if
Okay.
it's a bomb cyclone event or an ice storm event that happens here and we need something implemented, or Lord forbid, some sort of terrorist or school event where we have to have reunification points and want to set that up as an information line, more critical than maybe an Iceman race start, right?
So since you mentioned that example of needing reunification points, how quickly could that be set up in an emergency situation?
Very quickly.
Like 10 minutes?
Oh, sure.
Okay,
Yeah, I'll say 10 minutes, maybe less.
excellent.
Good question,
I'm
great
supportive.
question, Commissioner Andrews.
You also can set up, I mean, kind of going out there a little bit, you also can set up emergency operations mode. We know we get blizzards here, right?
Yeah.
You can set up a mode that would answer those questions specifically, like, yep, we're switching over to this, instead of turning off the lines like we do now.
Okay.
And somebody else had a question.
The 80,000 calls a year, I believe, is 911 calls and the non-emergency lines.
Those were the numbers that we were provided initially, and those were the numbers back in 2021 when I worked here as well. So I think that they've been adjusted since then, and that would have to be looked at just to confirm.
Like about 90,000 in 2021, sound right? Gone down a little bit?
It was 83,000 in 2021 with 42,098 911 calls, if I remember correctly. I used to run that
Well,
report.
The finance report says 90,456
Okay.
from 2021.
Yep,
Assuming that's
possibly.
a combination of 911 and non-dispatch, right? To be very clear,
Mm-hmm.
no 911 calls get answered by AI, correct?
No. So your non-emergent lines are a regular phone line.
Yep.
So, yeah, and the other are not. They are not a regular phone line.
How many calls a year does the non-emergent line get?
That are emergent?
Just in general? Just how many phone calls to the non-emergent line?
54,500.
And that 100% of those would be answered by AI. Is that the plan?
Initially, yeah.
And as I understand the breakdown, it looked like you did sort of a check
Mhm.
on 1,000 or so
Yep.
calls. Those are like recorded that you can run through.
Yeah, they pull them off their recorders, send them to us. We send them through the agent.
That's page 20 of the packet.
Yep.
Page 20 and 23. Those were, of the 1,000 calls that you looked at to the non-emergent number, here's a breakdown on what we're seeing.
Yep.
Almost like by far welfare checks.
There are a
Right?
lot of welfare checks, yep.
A lot of welfare checks. So the question is, once that welfare check, mostly what the AI is going to deal with is welfare checks. So the biggest category is welfare checks.
That's the highest one, yep.
Yep.
And then all the rest are also in there, too.
Fair clarification.
Yep.
Thank you. So when the welfare check call comes in, the person has this engagement with AI, and then what happens? Do they get it?
Yeah, so if they
How
called
does
in
it
and say,
go-
hey, I haven't heard from my friend from a really long time, I would like to do a welfare check, it's going to be transferred through to a telecommunicator right then and there.
So those would go then, so then that's my question.
Mm-hmm.
How does that connection happen? Does that now put it on the 911 line, or how does it?
So also, That also depends. So you can set rules, right? If there is a medical emergency, like the example that I gave, yes, that can be transferred through to an emergency line through the IP-based network that they are currently on.
So from our office upstairs, question, how is that call going to get routed to a human being? Is it going to be put on hold? Is it going to sit in?
No, it's just a call. It's a call forwarding, and so right when the agent says you're being forwarded to 911 or forwarded to dispatch, it rings through on the 911 line.
Okay.
They would pick it up, Grand Traverse
So
911.
basically, it converts a non-emergent call into a 911
Correct.
call.
Yep. Without asking all the other questions or waiting through the 45-second IVR that's currently there today.
So, question about the contract.
Mm-hmm.
I always have reservations when we do sole source contracts.
Sure.
That we didn't bid, and that are 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
Looked to me like you've got an exit ramp in year 1, which
We
is
do.
discounted, and then you're stuck for 3 years.
Correct.
Why wouldn't we bid this out?
We haven't found another company that does this level of service. There are other startups out there. I had a conversation with one of them earlier this week, but they can't give me the clientele list that Aurelian can. For instance, there's no other company that does this in the state of Michigan. Aurelian has 2 counties in Michigan, Kalamazoo and Saginaw. Also talked to La Crosse, Wisconsin. And so there's proof of concept there, and I believe that there's less risk involved because we can actually talk to agencies who are using this. And I hate to dip my toe in water that I don't know what the temperature is. With this one, I know what the temperature is, and I know that works, and I can't say that for any other company that's out there.
This feels like a pilot project that we're committed to for 3 years, to me. I'm not going to, until we go through a bidding process where we see who else is out there, it feels like we really need to find out what the options are. If a bid comes out that there is only one response, I am much more confident signing up for a 3-year, $220,000 $220,000 or whatever the number is contract. But until, given the bleeding edge of technology on this issue, the fact that this isn't a well-developed technology in this industry, and given the opportunity for challenges to people who are calling in a vulnerable position, I feel like we should bid this out before we sign up. That's my perspective.
Yes, Commissioner, I can definitely understand that. The problem is, I believe we're going to get back around to the same spot, just because there isn't anybody else who's as far along in public safety as Aurelian is.
I don't mind getting back to the same spot if we go through. I feel better about getting back to the same spot than not going through in the first place. That's my position.
Commissioner Spence.
Hey, thanks so much for your demonstration. I think it was good. And then it made me wonder about a service level agreement that could be negotiated different than the $60,000 for the first year. Maybe a shorter period of time, maybe a way out if it's not meeting our expectations.
There is a way out in the first year, and I'll be honest, I think you're going to know in the first year if this system is going to work for you or not, and we want that to be a good partnership. We want it to work for you, but if it doesn't, we'd like for you to be able to get out of that in the first year without, actually get some of your money back of what you didn't use. So that's how that works. So if you use it for 5 months and you're like, absolutely not, this does not work for this county, you're getting 7 months of that back.
So what does that look like financially speaking? So we're going to give you, I don't know, whatever the first prorated year is.
Yeah,
and then
60,000, you use 5 of it, then you're getting.
The rest back?
Yep.
And there's no consequence or penalty fees or anything like
Nope.
that?
I'd say thank you for trying.
Sweet. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take over there, Commissioner Spence. My
No,
apologies.
that was just what I thought maybe we could get a trial period. But yeah,
That is kind of a
$60,000, yeah, and getting it back prorated seems fair. I trust that you've been involved with Grand Traverse County 911 dispatch, and I put a lot of trust in Corey. So I like having that, what you considered called an exit ramp. I think that that's really important because this is a big deal, you know, putting this kind of trust in an automated system that's dealing with people's lives. And I just want to make sure that we're protected if our needs aren't met.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Nelson, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I have a question. Prior to that, I want to make a motion that we authorize Central Dispatch to purchase the AI system in the one-year trial.
Contract is a 3-year contract.
The one-year trial with a 3-year contract, as stated in the motion.
Support.
So the question I have, and I want to understand how this works. So when I call 911 in Grand Traverse County, there's an automated system that comes on now, or?
No.
Okay, so if I call 911 and I want to know parade route stuff, can the dispatcher switch me over to the 911 system here that we're talking about?
Technically, yes. If you choose to do that, if the agency chooses to do that, there are rather large agencies out there that actually don't have a non-emergent line. Everyone calls 911 for everything, and they are battling right now because they don't have the staffing to answer those calls. So that's one of the things that they are doing is, this is going to be handled by our agent. We're transferring you now. It's kind of similar to online reporting. There are a lot of things that come in to Central Dispatch that should be reported via online reporting. They're being referred to that as well. The agent could do that as well off a non-emergent line. So it's that kind of diversion that can take place. It's just whether you do it or not.
Okay, and then the other thing that I thought of, and partly came from Commissioner Henschel's questions, if there was, I don't know, some incident, like maybe a school fire where the students were moved by bus to another location for parents to pick up, this is something that could be used for that too. So when they call, hey, where are my kids?
And they're going to call.
I had a kid.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so when they call that non-emergent line, and it would say right off the bat, we're experiencing an event. If you're calling about this fire at whatever school, this is the reunification point. Or you could, whatever you needed it to say at that point, yes, that can happen.
Okay, and then one more question, and I'm done, sorry. Commissioner Henschel was talking, so like Iceman, the Iceman question, does this system also, because it's AI, it's also looking at Google for the AI, for the information that's on the Iceman or something too, or is that not?
No, it'll
true?
be what we put into the system.
All right.
Or what you put into the system, I should say.
Thanks for your patience, Commissioner Nelson.
Yeah,
Commissioner Hensel.
thank you, that's all right. So this, AI is big news. It's an emerging thing in our society and around the world. I recently heard an estimate about half of the adults have actually used it online, and it more and more every day. It's, it's kind of like when the internet came out. It's big. It's going to change how we do things. So, Leah, I really appreciate all your comments about, yes, you can do this. But I think it is very important that we, as a county and as dispatch, we tell the public right now today, if we pass this, what they can expect.
Absolutely, and you get to decide that. That's a great part. Is it going to be a situation where AI is just going to handle those calls that are transferred to a specific agency, and then it ramps up from there maybe
so
later?
I'm kind of looking at the guy behind you. What is your intention that this is only for non-emergent calls on the non-emergent line? Because that needs to be in the news article, that this isn't AI taking over 911 and scaring people,
Yeah,
This is for the non-emergent line only.
Yep, we're going to make sure that we get that information out there, or we're going to try our best to utilize all our channels to get that information out there. People need to know that 911 goes to a human being, always has, always will. That is not going to change. And as a matter of fact, this is actually a higher level of service, because right now on our non-emergent lines, when we're just getting crash after crash after crash, those non-emergent lines get shut down. You get an automated message that says, sorry, we're busy with 911 calls, call back later. At least now we'll have this AI agent that can recognize an emergency and kick it over to our 911 lines, and we can answer that call even in times that we're busy. We don't have that level of service right now.
On that note, if, and I'm asking, I know the system can do this, so is your intention, that's what I'm going for here, so that the public knows, if there was a major catastrophe and we got more 911 calls than we could possibly handle, will those switch over to the automated system, or they would be like on hold?
For 911 lines?
Yes.
The calls just stack up and we get to them as fast as we can. If we can't get to them, then they're going to roll over to another county that's going to contact us on the radio.
Excellent, thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Flynn, do you have a question or comment?
I do want to clarify, just just like 911 and non-emergent, a lot of people, a lot of community members don't even know to call the non-emergent when they feel that they're in a moment. So I am happy that the 911 calls will still go to human.
Yep.
Corey, I think this one's for you, though. So if we only have a year, if we have a year trial, how do we decide if it's working for our community? Is that something we want to come back to this board?
Yep. Well, yeah, we can definitely come back and update you on the board, and we can also do some public polling, public surveying, and then there's automated ways, Leah can tell you about that the system will actually do that too. But we're going to be looking for feedback, and the people that are really going to tell us whether this is working are up there working right now.
So there is, I will say, I didn't mention this, there is an option for customer feedback at the end of these calls, or this also, you can do it via text message too. If somebody were to text the non-emergency line, if you were allowed to that, it can send them a text and ask them like a customer satisfaction survey. And so you know what they're thinking. There are a few agencies that have that in place right now and are getting feedback, so.
Commissioner Walter?
A few questions and thoughts, and that was a good segue, because I wondered if, right now, can someone text the non-emergent line?
No,
but
only
that
911.
is something that will come about as part of this?
If that's something that they choose to do, they can do
And will that be initially or just after they've called that initiates a kind of?
After they've called.
Okay, so
Yep.
they can't,
Or after they've texted or called into the
okay,
system,
we
yeah.
couldn't initially text the non-emergent line and ask about fireworks?
The customer can, yes.
Oh,
But-
we can?
Yes, but the dispatch can't respond back. But yes, the customer could text 231-922-4550 and ask about fireworks, and the agent could handle that.
So I wonder if I honestly didn't really know there was a non-emergent line. And like when I was a kid, I'd call time or information or, and it's, so I wonder do you anticipate, and have you seen it in Kalamazoo and Saginaw, did you say? Does it grow in popularity of people seeking information? Because I'm like, oh, now I'm going to text and find out, I'm just throwing it out there.
Right.
If they know they can, because anyway,
The texting feature is relatively new to us. That came about probably in about April, so too early to tell on that yet, but I could see where that would go,
Yeah.
where that could be, yes.
Well, and I read the Ticker article about, with the interview with our staff, and one of the comments that stood out to me, and it was kind of a red flag, and it wasn't so much about this contract. I'm in favor of moving along with it and testing it, but it was about how it's entitled people calling the agency because they can't get anybody else to answer their calls. And that feels very anecdotal to me, but I see the sheriff's nodding his head. I'm just wondering, do we need, it sounds like people want information in the county and they don't know where to find it, right? And so they call this non-emergent number because, is there a Maine County number, right? That somebody can call and, who answers it and then tells them?
Why doesn't it have an AI?
Right. So it just opened up a lot of
Perhaps it
questions to
might.
me for the county in terms of, wow, there's a lot of county folks or visitors who they don't know who to contact, but they know it's not an emergency, but they don't. And so it sounds like a lot of it gets funneled to this non-emergent number. But I do feel like it's an opportunity for us to kind of self-reflect on a lot of people wanting information. They can't find it.
So oddly enough, we did have that discussion with Corey.
I don't think it's odd.
Can we push this system-wide in the future? And I'm not sure what the answer to that is as of yet, Ms. Hornacek, but that is something that we have discussed internally, because we really don't, like Lisa will answer calls all day for non-related county administration issues. We direct people like traffic cops in many instances to various agencies and other municipalities. So we have an interest in what that looks like. And can we use the same system for administrative phone lines where they say, I need to talk to the city treasurer, and bounce them over? So yeah, we've already had that conversation.
I mean, that being said, could this system just add another information number, not the non-emergent and then information number, just for info, and then that could transfer?
You look like you have something to say, Commissioner Andrews. Are you done, Commissioner Walter? Did you get it on? Thank you. Which is,
Is there an answer? Would that be a possible feature that we could add an info number?
Well, I want to say it's mine, nobody else can have it, but that's the beauty of AI, right? You don't have to hire another person, you just add a little bit of infrastructure, and that would be a county decision. But yeah, I don't see a reason why it can't happen.
so, to response to that, it's like, I'm in favor of this, and you're to be commended for bringing this. This is the thing that we've been talking about leveraging AI to serve our citizens better, not about jobs. I have some questions for you too, but I know Commissioner Andrews has been patient. But as we move forward, this is something like, that's when we're going to be talking about, I just want to add something to this company. We're going to do an RFP for that. It would be and let's see what else is out there. Maybe some of the companies that aren't quite there yet or don't quite provide the quality of service that they're proposing here for 911 is something that would be much more, I would assume, and you know what they say about that would be less expensive but more appropriate for an information line. But we were just talking with Grand Bay Promotions about, this is something the county doesn't do very good. And this is, Grand Bay Promotions is basically the person at the door. That's the beginning, not the end. And it's not just the same old stuff every year. We need to do better. And no matter how straight from Nate is, it really isn't doing the job. So, Commissioner Andrews.
Thank you. I appreciate the conversation because it does seem like there's more opportunity, and I am concerned that this isn't as thought through as it needs to be. I'm also concerned that our purchase policy, adopted in May 18th, 2022, before this board was, the 9 of us were seated, some were here before, requires purchases over $25,000 require competitive bidding process. That is a requirement. The exception is for emergencies, ironically. This being the fact that we've got the emergency department in front of us. I don't think this is an emergency. I don't know what else is out there. I don't know what was requested. I don't know what our needs are. But I don't see an emergency that supports ignoring our competitive bidding process.
I thought the other caveat in there was if there weren't other options, really. And that's come up before when there really weren't other companies that provided something, or I know administration's referenced that before.
There is not a exception in the
Or maybe
policy
that's just
for that.
facilities. I can't remember, because that has come up while they're the only company, or.
There are exceptions to the purchasing policy that require professional services, an example. If we have a specific attorney that we need to have, like bond counsel or sole source is an exception to that.
That's
policy.
not written in the policy. I'm looking at the policy right now. Unless you're looking at a different policy.
Yeah, if you go to section 7F, towards the bottom of 2.
So I'm looking at purchases to implement the procedures to implement the purchasing policy.
At the purchasing policy itself.
Yep. Can you,
Yeah, so that is section 7F, towards the bottom of page 2 of 4. That are the policy standards.
A sole source provider may be utilized when there is only one qualified/available vendor for the required goods or services. All sole source purchases must be approved by the county administrator.
I mean, I can't believe I'm not sold that there's no other AI source.
Well, I think qualified is the operative word. Based
why
on
you do a bid?
based on what the staff is saying, he looked and there's no one else with the
Provides this level of
qualifications.
service. I have a couple questions for you, Corey. Sure. What's a full-time employee a year cost?
All told, about 80,000.
So it's basically 1-for-1 is what you're proposing.
We're a little bit, yeah, when you get to the second and third year of the contract, yeah.
Mrs. Hornacek, Is there, so the contract cost, is in some kind of relation to the expected call volume or actual call volume?
Right, it's based on call volume, yep.
So when it becomes more expensive than $72,000 a year, how many calls is that approximately?
I have to go back and ask our CEO to do that, or our pricing.
So let's say in 2 years from now, it's not, we're doing the call volume that's more than the pricing scale is, if you will.
Yeah.
And so you'd be locked into the contract, but then when we renegotiated, then it would be more, then it would be adjusted,
Potentially, but also if you're doing less, it would be adjusted that way as well.
potentially.
Estimate based on 80,000 calls when you said there were only 54,000. That's what it says.
That,
Quote, estimated call volume.
we did the ROI before or I'm sorry, we did that after the numbers were, no, before the numbers were updated, so. Yeah.
So is the pricing not tied to 80,000?
Right now it's tied to 80,000, yep.
So if we were only expecting 60,000, would there be a break in the price?
Potentially.
I think that's the range, the 60 to 80,000 is the range for that pricing.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor, lots of good questions, lots of good comments, and obviously, as we go on in government, everything's interconnected. I work for a company where I frequently call central dispatch, as well as central dispatch number, the 9224550, as well as 911, and it is still your voice on the voicemail.
I know. I mean, this voice could be me too if you really wanted it that way. If the county's comfortable with it, I'm good with it.
Oh, well.
Just kidding.
And I used it just a couple of weeks ago, and when you call central dispatch, there's options, and there's this, and there's that, and you wait, and it's frustrating, and it's infuriating, and I don't see where, and I'm all about leveraging technology, I'm not an AI believer per se, but, you know, it is helpful, and it's correct parameters. And anything that's, I'm willing to try it myself personally. Like I said, you're to be commended, Corey, because this is the kind of thing that we're talking about. I don't see an issue with us. As Corey stated for his concerns, this is the only sole provider, in his opinion. And we can get out in a year. I'm going to informally ask after Cherry Festival, come, August, September, for let's do some review. I mean, I'm assuming this is going to start in 30 days.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't be implemented by Cherry Festival, but afterwards, yeah.
Well, they don't all go home at, the 15th of
story.
July. So we'll do a roll call vote for the motion. It was made by Commissioner Nelson and seconded by Commissioner Ansel. Bonnie, if you please.
Walter?
Yes.
Spence?
Yes.
Henschel?
Yes.
Nelson?
Yes.
Andrews? Morris?
Yes.
Flynn?
Yes.
Seifert?
Yes, thank you again. Thank you for your time. Great questions, everybody. We are going to take a 10-minute break.
Good to see you all.
See you too. Yes, ma'am.
What's that? I know, but it
Corey?
I just want to know when to drive it. I mean, that's my only question. Hello, Commissioner.
Goes through me.
Nice, hi,
How are
thank
you?
you.
I want to say that.
Not feeling it as best, Jerry. When you move a person on your staffing plan, it has to go through Nate.
So I didn't know if we had to do anything.
We were on the boat. Oh, Democrat.
What I would
Fires are calling.
Yeah.
I love these family text chats.
Did he leave, Scott?
Are you ready? All right, I'm going to call this meeting back to order. I think everybody's here for the most part.
Yep.
Corey's still in here?
I thought he was going to stay.
He told me he's coming back down.
Oh, he's going to
Oh,
come back
take a phone
down?
call.
All right, so something was brought up that we want to clarify with Corey, but until that time, Sheriff.
Good morning. Mike Shea, Grand Traverse County Sheriff. Earlier this year, I had mentioned to you that I would be coming to you in the near future requesting to use some non-expended budgeted money for what we had budgeted for patrol vehicles. I wanted to utilize some of that with your blessing for the purchase of a UTV to start rejuvenate, if you will, our ORV patrol program. You all have my PowerPoint. I trust you've all had a chance to review it, so I'm going to go through it, but I'm going to go through it real fast, and leaving time for any questions you may have. Kind of an agenda of what you had there. Some statistics. In summary, ORV as a recreational sport is increasing at a very rapid rate, evident by the statistics you have in front of you, and it's not anticipated to slow down anytime soon. The ORV ordinance, Grand Traverse County in 2009, they started the process of looking at an ORV ordinance. I actually was involved in that when I was on the road and assigned to East Bay Township, where each individual township board was given the liberty to identify roads that they wanted to either have open or not have open. In 2011, that ordinance was finalized and it became official. ORV enforcement currently is limited to 2 conservation officers that are assigned to Grand Traverse County. I can't comment whether it is their sole assignment or not. I will tell you, in speaking with a lieutenant from the DNR, they primarily patrol just designated trails which account to 110 miles within Grand Traverse County. That being said, the majority of the ORV complaints that they end up getting involved in are while they are dealing with other situations on public land, private land, whatever, and they happen to witness one. They also verbally and in an email said they would very much appreciate additional patrol. Currently, I am aware of 2 ORV rental operations in Grand Traverse County. I did reach out to one of them, Memories, and ask for some data so I could bring it to you. By the time that we had to submit for the agenda, I did not receive it. I received it after that, and I want to share just a couple of points with you. In 2024, the 2024 rental season, this is from Memories TC Rental, we covered a total of 40,192 miles and operated 2,071 hours using 12 UTVs. That's in Grand Traverse County in 2024. That equates to roughly 3,300 miles per vehicle. Looking ahead to the 2025 season, which we are currently in, we have increased our fleet to 20 UTVs, which we anticipate will allow us to exceed last season's performance, both in mileage and in hours. And then in part, we believe that with the collaboration and help with the Grand Traverse County Sheriff's Department, We could greatly benefit the safety and monitoring of the trails. Ironically, yesterday, I gave some welcoming statements to an inlets meeting at the Grand Traverse Resort, and as I walked up to the front of the Grand Traverse Resort, what did I see? A Memories UTV rental with a sign on it, rent me, right? It's huge. I'm an ORV rider myself. They are out there in abundance. So the county ORV enforcement, the sheriff's office, by the design of your ordinance, is the enforcing body. It is written that the Grand Traverse County Sheriff's Office shall enforce. The DNR cannot. We do not currently have an ORV patrol. Commissioner, you have a look on your face. No?
You better wait for it.
Okay. All right. Okay. We have not had an ORV patrol since 2014. So, just citing a couple of the excerpts from Grand Traverse County's ORV enforcement ordinance. These are the penalties. Any person who violates this ordinance is guilty of a municipal civil infraction and a civil fine of not more than $500. The county treasurer shall deposit all fines and damages collected under this ordinance into an ORV fund as follows: 50% to the County Road Commission for repairing damaged roads and environment caused from ORVs, and 50% to the Sheriff's Office for ORV enforcement and training. Not that we are a revenue-generating agency, but that is a potential revenue stream that we are not recognizing at all right now. Some trends, and there's a typo. If you look at the graph on the left side, you'll see location. That should say calls. Just kind of an idea of what we are seeing currently. These numbers take with a grain of salt because we currently don't track specifically by calls for ORV because we don't have ORV enforcement. I would anticipate that changing if if our request is granted. We will then start generating data and identifying specific ORV calls. Proposed funding, as you've already heard me say, we had $28,528 that was not expended that was budgeted in 2025. You see I have DNR ORV funding grant with a question mark. I wanted to make note of this. Historically, we received Marine DNR grant monies. This year, after our application was in, like we do historically, we were told that has been paused. And then a few weeks later, we received notice that they had found some money, and if you have at least 25% matching, you may receive that funding. I immediately contacted Finance. We match in excess of 25%. Finance had acknowledged that. We're in waiting to see. That being said, in talking with the DNR, I would anticipate the same issues with any ORV grant monies that may be out there. We currently, for this year, have not applied for any ORV grant monies, but I have concerns whether or not there will even be any available. And there are stipulations, as I've mentioned before, that come along with that ORV grant money. That being said, it doesn't mean we won't apply for it. We will apply for it if there is a grant available. The requested vehicle, we went out to multiple dealers, told them what we're looking for as far as patrol vehicles. We would like an enclosed so that weather is not an issue, hard-sided, windows, front, rear, etc. We were basically presented with a couple of options from different dealers. The one that, when speaking with Wexford County, they also have an ORV patrol, and I discussed pros and cons, speaking with our command staff. Based on cost effectiveness, the requested vehicle is a Polaris General Sport 1000. The package that we received the quote on comes inclusive of hard sides, front, rear window, etc. Others, you have to add those items. I included with this another vehicle from a different dealer, a Honda Pioneer. It's considerably more expensive. There were also some cons with that in the sense that it is a bench seat, and for extended patrol, there were concerns that that might not be quite as user-friendly, if you will, and it's more expensive. If you grant our request, other than ORV patrol, you can see that there are additional uses that it could be used for. It would grant us access to remote locations, search and rescue, rapid response, VIP visits, parade support, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So in summary, it's very versatile, the UTVs versus just a quad, if you will. There's economic benefits that enhance the trail safety, protects the infrastructure, and supports the rapidly expanding outdoor recreational economy. If any of you get out into the woods, I guess, you'll know people go around corners, they're throwing dirt. There's no one out there patrolling them from doing that. And the maximum speed based on your ordinance is 25 miles an hour. I'm not saying you can't throw dirt at 25 miles an hour, but I'm telling you, they go faster than that. And they know they can get away with it because nobody's going to enforce it. With that, I open this up to any questions you may have. The reason that I had to push to get this on this agenda is there are some governmental incentives if you purchase by the end of June, which that price reflects. So here we are.
To move this along, before you get there, Rob, Dean, is that money available? Has it been spoken for something else?
No, it's currently available in the CIP fund, as the sheriff had indicated.
Do these include air conditioning? You laugh, but if you've never been side by
Spend 8 hours
side,
in it, yeah.
you don't need heat in them because the motor is underneath the seat. And if you're gonna fully enclose this thing and like that, it'll be 120 degrees inside that thing if they're not having air conditioning. That's a serious comment because I've been side by side. I don't agree with the seat because the seat's not a one size fits all when you get those fancy little racing wannabe seats. But, you guys gotta live with your decision on your pick. But does this include a trailer? I mean, do we have trailers?
Does not include a trailer, which I would love for you to say, hey, you got to haul this around. Our intent is we have an old trailer that is not being used. We are going to try and rejuvenate it and or surplus it at your blessing to purchase an aluminum trailer for $3,000 or whatever we can find one for at the time.
That's about right. Okay, Commissioner Hensel.
Yeah, thank you, Sheriff. Thanks for keeping us safe, doing what you do, getting ahead of this particular issue. I do get out into the woods, as you say. I drive a dual sport motorcycle. It does on-road and off-road. I enjoy the South County trails we have. And side-by-sides in the last 6 years have just gone nuts. There is a ton of them out there. The trails are way different than they used to be. They're tore up quite a bit. They're a lot more sandy, so driving a motorcycle, it's tough back there because people are tearing through. You looking at what you're proposing here, I think it's extremely modest. You're the guy doing the job, so I'm going to support you. But I would encourage you to look at something a little more powerful because in some cases, the things people are driving out in the woods, you're chasing a jet ski with a canoe. There are some high-powered side-by-sides out there that are just incredible. They're not very common, but you'll see them once in a while. So I'm going to move to approve as requested.
Support. All right, so we're gonna do some discussion. I can hear you sighing over there, Commissioner Walter.
Yeah, so this is about a vehicle, but it just raises the question about, we haven't had patrol enforcing for over 10 years, it sounds like. So what's the plan with staffing? Can you speak to that a little bit in terms of moving some folks around? Is it 10 months of the year? Just give us an overview of what the staffing plan would be related to enforcement.
So currently what we are planning on doing is utilizing road patrol officers that For example, let's take East Bay Township. They have a community police officer. If that particular officer wants to patrol roads and trails in East Bay Township for a couple of hours, more than welcome to do that. We encourage it. We do the same thing with snowmobile patrol. If we have a certified officer that wants to assist our seasonal officers, we encourage it. We have, including Sergeant McManus, 3 certified seasonal officers currently on staff that we can utilize as well. So as far as the staffing plan, status quo as of now. We are planning on using our existing budget, our existing patrol budget and seasonal budget to fund this, to show that this is needed and bring data back saying we would like to advance this if it shows that it's needed.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. I wasn't really sure. It sounds like maybe sort of a fun option to mix things up a little bit if you're a patrol officer, to get out there in the woods too and help patrol. So thank you for that clarity. I wasn't sure how you were going to go about that.
Commissioner Spence, you got something to say?
Yeah, that was a good question. I kind of assumed that you'd take care of all the moving people around. I guess I look at this a lot like the Marine Patrol Division of the Sheriff's Department, and being someone who's out in the woods, sometimes using the Vasa Trail, and seeing some of that really increased, volume of side-by-sides out in the woods. I support this. I just wish you all the best in keeping up and finding people that need to be found, the violators, because it's going to be challenging, but I think this is a step in the right direction.
Commissioner Andrews.
Thank you. I guess I am not clear why this isn't, I guess I disagree fundamentally with the fact that by saving money, by purchasing, by getting a good deal on replacement road patrol vehicles, that money becomes available to that department. My understanding is that those savings actually are what fund our CIP over time, and that should roll into our CIP fund for the following year if those funds aren't expended. So I don't see this as a net no impact. It's obviously taking money out of our CIP to fund this, and I guess that leads to the questions, why wouldn't we take this up with a vehicle request through the typical budget process?
You mean like in budget year 2026?
2026 is now underway. I suspect you needed this a year ago and could have put it in for a 2025 budget year request. We have a vehicle request. We look at all vehicle requests collectively, and this wasn't there.
So
and budget process is open, as I understand it, as we speak.
And the simple answer to that is we have been asked to do our best to mirror a 2024 budget, and they was not in the 2024 budget.
It wasn't requested for 2024.
It was not.
Never mind. You have the floor.
No, I guess I am concerned that we are, I don't know that looking at the ORV map where ORVs are legal, those are mostly roads. We're talking about mostly roads. That is where the enforcement area is, which is where DNR does not enforce, because they are doing trails, and I don't understand why we can't enforce using road patrol vehicles.
Accessibility.
Yeah,
Your
you've been on some of
map
those
is
roads.
seeing,
Well,
Just because it's a road doesn't mean it's a road.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Oh, wait. So a couple things I have. So I think and I'm only speaking for myself, so as we talk about mirroring the budget, I think we're mirroring the dollar figure, not how you spend the dollar figure, first off, as a budget request to Commissioner Andrews' point. The second thing is I'm in favor of doing this. This is one of the districts that's got half the amount of trails in the county in it. I drove down Garfield Road the other day where there were 3 kids on motorbikes that were way too small for them on Garfield because they're going from trail to trail. There's nobody enforcing those rules and things like that. I think it's a necessary thing that we're going to have just for public safety. And I appreciate that you looking for, hey, we saved some money last year, let's do it appropriately. Having said that, and this is my interpretation, I don't think this is a deep enough dive from you or your department to really address the problem. I understand that, so you're trying to be fiscally responsible. I'm gonna kind of agree with Commissioner Henschel on, it's like, yeah, you could have these, but there are ones that are out there that do 125 miles an hour. And as somebody who enjoys those trails occasionally on a Jeep or a side-by-side, I think 25 miles an hour is too slow of a speed limit, quite honestly. So I'm gonna wanna talk about that too. But and in jest, the sheriff and I have talked about this, and I've bombarded him with pictures of what the military uses as side-by-sides, which people will laugh and are very expensive, but they're also mission-specific, if you will. They are not designed, we're not taking something that two people can ride along in. In reality, it's gonna be an officer and his gear, because they're not that big. And we're gonna try to make use of something that's essentially a little bit bigger than a golf cart. I think something a little more, in my opinion, something a little more purpose-suited, maybe a little less this and maybe a little more, hey, this is kind of a law enforcement, this is the kind of thing where we're talking about, we're gonna have to bring somebody out on a backboard, for one. If you find somebody that's where emergency services can't get to, where you can't get a helicopter at, I could show you all kinds of spots for that. She should be the first one to go on the ride along and the side-by-side to be Commissioner Andrews. So, and I'm in favor of the idea. I think it's a short-sighted, and I think that you're gonna find that this is not gonna work for you. And I would ask that maybe do a little deeper dive, ask for a little more money, buy something a little more to my point of what you're gonna need. Like air conditioning, and people laugh, but if you drive around this weekend down through Hoosier Valley and it's fully enclosed cab, you're gonna do it for 20 minutes, and then you'll be like, yeah, I'm not getting back in that. Call my mom, have her come get me. Commissioner Hansel. Or Commissioner Nelson, my apologies, sir.
Thank you. I'm glad you brought this up, Sheriff. I'm not sure if you don't ride ATVs or side-by-sides or Jeeps, you realize how many people are out on the trails in Grand Traverse County. The numbers about the rental place kind of indicates it. It's local people and it's not local people. And there's a lot of people out there, and they're kind of a long way from traditional services. And EMS has UTVs and ATVs, and they're out there a lot. They're not out there enforcing laws. They're out there rescuing people or helping people that have gotten lost and it's getting dark, that type of thing. I think the sheriff deputy being out there on these, it is something about to deal with the violators, the speeders, the people riding on units they shouldn't be on roads they shouldn't be on. But it's also for helping assist with the other things that go on. People get themselves stuck, get themselves in trouble. I've come upon people who are lost, that are hikers. Because you do have hikers, you have bikers, you have the motorcycles, there's all sorts of different rigs out there, and people can have problems, they can run into issues, and the Sheriff's Department needs to be able to respond to those people with whatever those requests might be, unless it's maybe ask about the parade times. But when I was on Grand Traverse Metro Fire Board, when we first bought a UTV, we bought a Kubota UTV, same kind of questions, do we need this? The jokes about it, oh, they're gonna be out catting around, it's just another toy. Very short time after we bought that UTV, there was a situation, I think it was Ironman, where there was a person dropped of a heart attack. CPR was initiated immediately, but they had to get them to the closest access point for an ambulance. And they were able to get the UTV right there, get that individual on the UTV, continue CPR up to the ambulance, and that person lived because of that UTV. So one incident can make a big difference, and the response time in these trails, if you've got officers trying to run or trying to get a car as close as they can be very, very difficult. I think this is a great start. I think this is a program that's probably going to have to expand it some degree, maybe a different type unit or whatever. But as for now, I think this is where we should start and have something out there. We need a presence. And then the last thing, I've heard a couple times about this, holding the budget to 2024 numbers. I don't know where that comes from, and I don't remember this board ever voting on that, so I wonder if a majority of the board has voted on that, or is that something that,
No, we
Yes,
didn't.
Kim.
That came from administration. We didn't have a conversation
Okay.
about that.
anyway, that's a different subject, but anyway.
Just to, first of all, I appreciate all of your comments and like reference air conditioning. I concur with you 100%. Again, these are added features that I would love to come to you and say, hey, we'd like air conditioning, we'd like, this, or we'd like that. If you want to approve a little leeway in here, we would be happy to accept it to see if we can get air conditioning in there. Again, we are trying to be fiscally responsible and not come and ask for the moon. We see a public safety issue that we want to try and address, and we want to try and do it as fiscally responsible as we can. And can we get something faster? Absolutely. However, we are taught in invasive driving, it's not how fast the vehicle goes that catches the bad guy or survives the pursuit. It's the skills of the driver. And so the same thing is going to hold true in this. You might be able to go Mach 1 down a trail, but you might not survive that. So maybe you go a little slower, but you have more skills than the bad person in front of you you're trying to get, and you succeed in your ultimate goal, which is bringing them to a safe stop.
Commissioner Spence.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I was thinking, I don't think the majority of these calls are going to be like a hot pursuit. My son broke his arm out in the woods years ago. I was bike riding with him, and it was terrifying. There was nobody that could come and get us and get him out of the woods. And he couldn't ride his bike. He broke his arm. And luckily, some people came by in a Jeep down the power line and picked us up and took us so that he could get to the hospital and get treatment. And I'm just going to add, this guy put our bikes in the back of his Jeep, and we were going up and down those power lines, and it scratched the heck out of his Jeep, and he didn't care. He was just a good Samaritan in the right place at the right time. So while we're talking about all this, I'm thinking air conditioning seems like it's really important for the officer on duty, but also the ability to transport and carry someone.
Will the motion makers accept a friendly amendment to have the funds available up to $30,000?
Yeah.
Yes. I think that was me I was the second.
Yeah, it was.
Yes, you were. So we have a friendly amendment that has been accepted by the maker and the seconder of not to exceed $30,000. I'd like to also do that, a friendly amendment, if you gentlemen will, that he can buy whatever he wants. Doesn't have to be one of those two, just buy one that's appropriate for what your needs are within that $30,000. I mean, because the way it is standing out now, it's like talking about one of the two that you sent in the presentation. I don't want to hamstring you like that.
Yeah, no problem.
So for clarity, we have a motion by Henschel, second by Nelson, for the Grand Traverse County Sheriff's Office not to exceed $30,000 for the purchase of an ORV UTV of their such choice.
Can any of that money being used for a trailer or not?
Yes, I would think so.
Yeah. Let's say it's for the program. So
There you go.
whatever you need for the
For the
program.
program, thank you.
I concur.
Do road patrol vehicles have towing capacity?
Our new Durangos do, the Durangos and the Tahoes, yes. So the vast majority, what we are going to does.
And they're not that heavy.
Do you have a,
1,000 pounds.
one of my concerns is that this feels like a toy without a plan in terms of the strategy to effectively create an ORV enforcement program. So a road patrol officer, it's a nice day and feels like patrolling. That just doesn't feel like a strategy to me. That feels very ad hoc. And I know I've been in the storage facility up on the end of Lafreniere, and there's a lot of vehicles in there, and I'm curious as to their usage. And I don't want to buy another one to store because nobody feels like going up and getting the trailer and driving it out there or whatever. I would be much more supportive of this if there were a strategy around it, if there were a demonstrated, we're going to have dedicated time to it, and how that's not going to impact road patrol. We know that our communities appreciate road patrol and don't get enough of it as it is, and taking, away from road patrol is a concern. And I don't have a sense of how much the other equipment up there is being used. And until I see those sorts of information, I'm not going to support this, but.
Well, these are county roads, they're just not patrolled. So that, it does fall into that same job for them to do. It's just nobody has been able to do it for at least 10 years.
Well, I'm sure the sheriff would be happy to come back at the end of the riding season with metrics for us, and we
That
could
would be
talk about
useful.
that. That would be great. So Bonnie, could you read the motion so we're clear on what we're voting on?
Also trust the sheriff to have a program, and this is not new to them, to come back with a program, a way to handle something. I fully trust the sheriff and his department to be able to manage this program, I think.
I concur.
So if I can just inject, we had a program. It was dissolved in 2014, and there were reasons that it was dissolved. The number one reason, just to add some context, was back then it had to be a certified police officer. So we would hire someone to do the ORV patrol when this person's true desire was to get in a patrol car and be a full-time road patrol officer. So we would get them trained. Halfway through the summer, they would find a job. This is back when law enforcement positions were very difficult to find, and we would lose them. And now we have a program with no one to fill it. They have since seen that issue, and they have changed it so you do not have to be a certified police officer to do ORV patrol. It's very similar to the Marine Patrol, where you can hire civilians and give them training. We are just lucky enough that we have a couple of retired police officers that are on our Marine Patrol, our seasonal division, that we have agreed to keep certified. And then Sergeant McManus is a full-time, he's a sergeant, he's a certified MPOLS. So we have three. So they have alleviated one of the issues, the major issue, that caused the decline in ORV patrols through the years. And I can't speak for, I wasn't in an administrative position in 2014, but I think the administrator could speak to this. That is one of the largest reasons that I've heard that it was dissolved. So we know how to do it. We just need to do it. And we have to now have the vehicle to do it. And as I mentioned before, the vehicle they used to use, it was a motorcycle. And it doesn't even run now. So we don't have that. We need to surplus that. Anyhow.
Seen a motorcycle, it's for children anyway, it's small. So Bonnie, if you could reread the motion, please.
Approve the purchase of an ORV UTV for up to $30,000. Sheriff to decide which type of vehicle he would like to purchase.
It's kind of rough.
And the 30,000 was for the program,
Yeah.
in other words, if
So let me correct me.
Anything he needs for the program.
So we're going to make the
Up to
motion that we
30.
approve to not exceed $30,000 for the sheriff to spend on the ORV program to include, but not limited to, an ORV and a trailer to transport it.
There you go.
good with that.
Thank you.
Thank you for bearing with me.
Okay.
Roll call vote that, please.
Spence,
Yes.
Henschel,
Yes.
Nelson,
Yes.
Andrews,
No.
Morris,
Yes.
Flynn,
Yes.
Walter,
Yes.
Seifert.
Yes. Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all.
Corey, can you come back up to the podium? Commissioner Walter, you had some great points.
Oh,
Corey.
real quick, just to go back to the conversation about the AI initiative, and we have one unfilled FTE that it was proposed to be eliminated or not funded again. But what's the process to actually remove that from the staffing plan? Do we need to make a motion to do that? Do we just not budget for it? Can administration speak to what we need to do just so that it's not out there in the budget?
Certainly. I think my recommendation from the conversation I heard this morning would be to not fund a position for 2026, but retain it within the staffing plan. Because if we go away from this, it's likely going to fall back to dispatchers. So we would like to have the position held. Obviously, I've not talked to Dean about that at this point in time, but the way that you would do this is actually make a determination to delete the position as an FTE in their staffing plan, and the funding for that position goes away until it's returned to the staffing plan by the Board of Commissioners.
So it sounds like in the fall, you're going to come back and give us an update on how it's been going and whether we're going to stick with it after the kind of busier season. I hate to say that, but you know, that the season, and let us know, and then we have an off-ramp opportunity. Sounds like that's around the same time as we're looking at budget staffing. So do we just keep it open until then and then get rid of it at that point?
Yes,
Since
exactly.
if at that point we're going to commit and we're going to be in this for another 3 years or whatever, so at that point we could remove that position.
And just to clarify, just the way we're set up right now, if it's never happened, magic and fairy dust, I would have all my FTEs filled, but if that did happen, I really would not have room for that person. We're going to have to kick somebody out of the room. Now, as Project Alpha continues, there is a possibility I would have room for that person. And maybe we can revisit it then, but right now, it doesn't really hurt to get rid of that FTE at all. Our operations will continue on the same. And as far as reporting back for an off-ramp kind of period, I'm more than happy to do that. I'll bring back metrics, quality assurance reports, and all that kind of stuff, whatever you guys need.
Yeah, maybe come back in October and we can have a discussion about it.
Valid, great points, Commissioner Walter. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. So, thanks, Corey, for waiting around for us. All right, going to E, Northern Lakes Community Mental Health Authority vacancy. I see Commissioner Morris's hand shot right up there like a rocket. So, Commissioner Morris.
Yes. Okay, so I'm looking at your recommendation here to appoint an ad hoc committee to hold interviews for the Northern Lakes Community Mental Health Authority vacancy. And I'd like to give some context. Right now, the board and the agency is kind of in a precarious position. We've got a lot of moving parts, and we've got a new CEO hopefully coming on board soonish, a July 11th meeting to do interviews, and on the 17th, we prospectively would do some voting on those interviews. Meanwhile, we have a board member on leave. We had a very, very good exemplary board member who went off the board and was replaced by Mr. Vince Cornelier, who was delightful. But then we were rocked by the realization that Tom Bratton, who is also an amazing board member, due to his work for Senator Slotkin, cannot legally remain on the board. So that really created a little bit of instability. So what I did was, after polling a few folks and doing a little legwork to find out about precedents, I went to Tony Linty, who had just gotten off the board, and asked him if he would be willing to return to the board just to fill in those few months' term until we could find a replacement for Mr. Bratton. And there was precedence, and Mr. Linty was an exemplary board member. We really felt that loss deeply. And when he agreed to come back for that, at that time I brought this to you. So again, it's kind of precarious. It's going to take probably months to get a good pool of applicants for this board, in my estimation. It's a really tough board to be on. So what I would like this board to do is meet me halfway. So I would make the motion to appoint Tony Linty to fill the vacant term beginning in July of '25 and ending in March of '26, and to form an ad hoc committee to interview candidates in early 2026 to fill the vacancy beginning in April of 2026.
Second.
Motion by Morse, second by Commissioner Henschel. Did we receive a resignation letter from Tom? Do we have to and accept it?
I don't think we've actually received a resignation letter. He has just given me dates. He is being allowed to stay through July 11th when we'll do our interviews because he's been integral in that process to the CEO search committee. So he's been allowed to stay through that time.
Nate, what do we need for documentation on that?
I think it'd be appropriate for Mr. Bratton to just send us an email saying, regrettably, because of these reasons, I have to leave the Northern Lakes CMH board.
Would we amend the motion with upon Mr. Bratton's resignation, accepted resignation?
Is it okay if we do it without, just assuming that, I don't want to be held up just in case that letter doesn't come and.
Yeah, as I understand it, he cannot. There's
Right.
been
Ineligible Hatch Act? Or something?
What's that?
Is it the Hatch Act? Or
It's a
incompatible office?
compatibility issue with
Okay.
his current employer, so he cannot serve on this board, so it's going to happen. I think he's been trying to stick around as long as he can to help the authority out, so I think we should move forward. If this is what the board chooses to do, I think it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I say that's whether we get the letter or not, I think we should.
Comments?
Question, the packet says that this position has already been posted in the Record Eagle and the Ticker. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
So my understanding is that the need is to have a new person in this seat by July 17th.
It is a need, yes.
And we have 4 meetings between now and then. And our ad hoc, we have an ad hoc process. We have rules that generally require following an ad hoc process. I don't see why the ad hoc process cannot meet a July 17th deadline to considering this position has already been opened. We already have identified an applicant who's apparently interested in applying for it, and why we wouldn't go through the process in short order of having the ad hoc. It could even be the same ad hoc that did this last year for the CMH position, which was Commissioner Morris, Commissioner Spence, and myself, to have that, to maintain our process. Because my concern is that when we waive our process, we don't have a process anymore. And we have a process, and I think we have the time to follow it.
Pardon me, excuse me.
Well, respectfully, Commissioner, I did bring this up to you, and you did not raise that concern with me at that time.
When you raised it, I thought you needed somebody by mid-June, not mid-July. And I didn't realize at the time that until I got
I didn't have a date at
until
that
you
time.
got the email that the date was not until July 17th, which gives us still 4 meetings after today.
I do feel like I usually am not okay with an exception to the process either, but given the situation at CMH, we could really use some stability with
Yes.
bringing a very competent board member back in for a short period of time. And honestly, with the holiday and Cherry Festival and everything, I don't think an ad hoc, giving people 2 weeks to apply, getting good applicants, trying to get an ad hoc together and then get it on the agenda. I just don't see it happening by mid-July. And so I'm okay setting, like we're having an acknowledgement that we're setting aside the process for this somewhat emergent situation. So I usually am not, but in this case, I am in favor of it.
Commissioner Nelson.
We've had other ad hoc committees that are with a less technical board that have had extended issues getting the right number of applicants, getting the right applicants. We've opened it back up. We've got Cherry Festival, we've got July, everything in Traverse City kind of slows down right now. And if we were in fact able to get the appointee who can then take over in March, I think that because of the technical nature of this board, it'd be nice to have them on that board shadowing to help, it's a good get up to speed time. And we could also even have it that Mr. Leahy might decide that, hey, this guy's in place, I can step back, whenever, so.
To that
It's a good
point,
way
I
to
think
have it.
it's everyone's point, it's kind of a hybrid. We're in a short amount of time. Could we do it? Yes. Commissioner Nelson and some of his constituents overnight had an 8 a.m. meeting and said, hey, we can spend ARPA funds on a fire truck. It was a request. I remember that, which I thought was fabulous work by them. Also, there's some reality in it. I think we do have a process, and we're a republic, and a republic is a nation of rules and law, and they should be followed. But there are exigent circumstances, and I think this kind of addresses that also. And in part of Commissioner Morris's motion, we are also addressing that this is a short term, this is a fill-in, you're a proxy essentially for something that you be on no fault of your own. But we are now looking to replace you. And so that person that you suggest fill that gap, this is gonna have to go through an ad hoc if they want to keep that spot. It's not gonna be like, hey, thanks for showing up, but we're not just gonna do over. So I think that was very well.
exactly my point.
I think that was very well done, and so,
Can I suggest a friendly amendment to the motion that we specifically say we are waiving our process, given the emergent nature of the situation?
I was going to comment, section 6 of our appointment policy, it's already in there that motions passed by a majority of the Board of Commissioners has the same effect of suspending the policy if it's in odds with the policy itself.
Yeah, I don't mind having it in there, though.
I would prefer,
Yeah, I'm fine if you want to
I'm
just
okay.
acknowledge that we're
I'm okay
setting
with that.
aside the policy to fill the remainder of a term.
so it's,
If the
Commissioner
mover
Morris, is that all right?
Yeah, I understand the full need for transparency in the process.
Beautiful.
I was just going to comment, it always does give me heartburn when we're not like by the book policy, but also when government gets so hard and rigid and it has to stick to policies, quite often it's wasteful and just takes more time. So we, in the interest of pragmatism, I do know that Tom Bratton was appointed in the exact same fashion because we had to fill a term and they were working on some projects and, he was available and he filled that term. There was, we forewent the interview process for his appointment. Now, same process with the same seat.
I agree that this is a board that needs stability. It's a very short-term commitment for somebody who's already demonstrated their understanding of this board. In this case, I'm willing under these circumstances, but.
Appreciate that.
We won't hold you to it in the future.
Thank you.
Are you clear on that motion?
Let me just, first of all, I need to know how to spell Tony Lenty.
Lentych.
Yes.
Wait. Tony is
Yes.
Tony?
Yes.
And Lenty is?
Lentych.
Okay, thank you. And
Wow,
so
I
the
never got that.
appoint Tony Lenty, July 2025 to March 2026, and form an ad hoc to interview in early 2026 to fill the vacancy. Note that we are waiving our ad hoc process due to the emergent nature of the appointment.
I don't think we need the motion to include creating an ad hoc in 2026.
Well, that's what her motion was, so
It's fine. I'm good with it.
Are we,
she did say that in her motion.
Yes.
did.
Well, I'm acknowledging that we go forward with an ad hoc to
So-
appoint that term that would begin when Tony's fill-in term ends.
so that ad hoc is getting appointed today?
Early 2026, but we could start
Yeah.
taking names and interest now, because this is a tough spot to fill, because it's
Very.
a roller coaster ride. So, last time around, I'm just going to say, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Fantastic. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
And your patience, everyone. Thank you. So unfinished business? Oh, fantastic. New business. Moving right along, Commissioner Department reports. Mr. Alger. Did I skip
Sorry,
something?
I'm scrolling. Commissioner, so the Camp Graylock update, we have received, well, starting out with the Q2 end was $474,330 that we had received through the end of the second quarter. And secondly, we did receive an email from Mr. Chown, and essentially they have been designated some funds for additional conservation work in the Boardman River watershed, and that was the amount of $95,000. So Mr. Chown and the Grand Traverse Regional Land Conservancy has dedicated that $95,000 to the Forever Graylock Fund, and they have also received an additional $25,000 gift for the fund, totaling a $120 check that went into that in Q3. So that frees up $60,000 of the county's match that would also go into that fund. So that $474,000 is going to go up by $180,000 for Q3.
So 653.
Questions about that?
Sorry. Any questions, comments, concerns? Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Alger.
May I add clarity to Commissioner Nelson's comments earlier about the budget process?
Please.
That was something that, we are expecting to have debt capacity or debt service fees associated with building. So what we've been kicking around is what is the ability to have down payments? How much money can we put forward initially to decrease the ultimate amount bonded? A goal has been kind of started to walk around this $3 million concept. How do we get a $3 million amount? And that is the delta between the 2025 budget and the 2024 amended budget. So we returned roughly $3 million to the budget from 2024. So we think we can do that. So we're looking at that as a goal for us, not necessarily 49.1, but a $3 million delta where the Board of Commissioners, if they choose, could say, hey, here's $3 million from the 2025 budget that we could put back into that down payment going forward. Really, I've sent messages and emails to our elected officials and our department heads just identifying we want to take some austerity measures. However, we're not going to cripple you. And if you have a needed service that you have to have, we're going to consider that. So we have been receiving those department requests, elected official requests currently, and we'll have that for you at a meeting in July as to what those were and what we're looking at in terms of personnel costs. So that is an administrative-led event, but you're going to see requests. I think we received 24 different requests from departments asking for different things. And honestly, I'm pleased with the result because we've actually got a lot of support from the elected officials and department heads. They're actively looking at fee structures. They're actively looking at how can we add revenue, what can we cut. We've actually had staff reductions recommended from departments. So I think if nothing better, it's just a look at our overall budget and what can we trim down and where can we add revenues if able. So that's where that came from. Obviously, the board sets the budget, and that will come in coming months, but that's just the direction we've headed at this point.
Thank you.
All right. Before we go, no, second public comment. Anybody?
Departmental reports yet?
I'm sorry, you got something?
I do.
Oh, by all means, please, I'm sorry.
In the scouting world, the adult leaders, often referred to as old goats, the Old Goat Patrol. I happen to match that. This weekend, there's going to be maybe 40 or so old goats, former adult leaders and scouts and scouters and young scouts who are going to be out at Camp Graylock doing a service project. So I just want to note that. I don't know how many people we have total, but about 60 people, and there's 6 different categories of work that's going to be done, and partly this there's been a group of people who have been very anxious to get involved, and when the organization, I can't remember the name, that was not able to come, it works, yeah, so when they were not able to come, this group raised their hand, leapt into action, and so hopefully a lot of work's going to get done there this weekend, because we're rushing to get this place open and safe for the public. So I want to publicly acknowledge all the old goats that are coming out.
Are we still accepting volunteers?
I think they are.
And
Let me know.
middle-aged goats, maybe?
Yeah, you're not exactly an old goat.
That ship's already sailed, Rob. Sorry, bud. Anybody else with department reports? Commissioner reports? Okay, so notices. So, Administrative Alger asked if, were you gonna meet on July 2nd? Right?
That was a question posed to me. There was maybe a question about.
Matt, sorry.
Oh, Matt. Go ahead, Matt.
Chair, just wanted to refer you back to second public comment before we get to notices.
Oh, my apologies. Thank you.
Thanks.
Anybody who'd like to comment? Please.
Good afternoon. John Chase, Director of Parks and Facilities for Grand Traverse County. I just wanted to make a quick acknowledgement. So we had a couple of items on the agenda under consent agenda, and they were new contracts. And Chris Como, our Deputy Director of Facilities, from day one, January 27, when he started here, one of his charges was to take a hard look at the contracts that we have in place with a lot of our vendors and make sure that we're getting the value that we need to get from each of those and that we're paying the right prices. And he has really dug into that and done a fantastic job. So I just wanted to commend Chris on that great work. So, thank you.
Thank you. You got a week too.
Bruce Moore, I live in East Bay Township. I'm in Commissioner Henschel's district. I think you made a big mistake in approving the dispatch contract. It strikes me as actually reasonably good software, but your needs for a voice response system are really much greater than just the dispatch center. And I think that this should have gone out for an RFP. This is mature technology. Using AI in this context was putting a modern buzzword on something that's 25 years old. Yes, it does use neural nets, and it's a voice recognition system built into a voice response system. That's 25-year-old technology. It is not a new buzzword that I would even think of applying AI to, because it's not generative AI. You've got much greater needs. I think this technology is mature enough that you probably could easily have found several vendors who could plug into the 911 system and the existing dispatch software. I think this should have gone out to an RFP. You might actually end up with the same vendor, but you need to look at the larger issues involved in this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Public comment? Going once, going twice, 3 times? Out. Notices. So the question was posed, are we going to meet during Cherry Festival?
Move we eliminate the July 2nd Board of Commissioners meeting.
Second. Any comments, questions, concerns? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. All right, so was there another notice?
Was there a discussion about moving a voting meeting to the 9th?
I was gonna
Did we
say,
have it on the 9th or 16th? Or?
Should we, well,
Right now, we have a scheduled study session for July 9th that will specifically be addressing opioid task force recommendations and the marijuana dollars. I think we should keep that. And then if you want, there are 5 Wednesdays in July. You could move that schedule back. Just understand that that's going to be back-to-back.
Just call a special meeting as needed.
There you go.
If we don't need it, we don't need it.
I think it's too early to tell. We'll know in a couple weeks. All right, so.
Scott,
Yes.
I added just one notice. Zoning Atlas, it was in local media. There is a launch next week, the 26th, 2:30 p.m. at West Shore Bank. So the Michigan Zoning Atlas, supported, funded by the County Economic Development Corporation. It's, come check it out. Really great thing we've been working on the last few months here.
Did you say time?
Yeah,
2:30.
June 26th, 2:30.
30, thank you.
2:30 to 4, right?
2:30 to 4, yes. Just want to check that.
And
Yep.
also, don't forget about the COA celebration tomorrow.
Right.
And the reason I was going to interrupt public comment, Mr. Cuomo did stop me on the way into the the chambers this morning just wanted me to know that between the two contracts that were approved and the reductions of the anticipated costs, that the OpenGov that you approved today was covered by those two contracts. So thank you for supporting that as well.
Thank you. It's a great idea. I love it. All right, so now we're going to take a motion to go into closed session.
Mr. Chairman, I move we go into closed session to consult with an attorney regarding the trial or settlement strategy in connection with EEOC charge number C23A 2025-00318 versus Grand Traverse County, because an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the litigation or settlement position of the public body as permitted by MCL 15.268 1E.
I'll second that. I have a question. Can we do both closed sessions at once, or do we have to do one, then come back and vote?
I had that question
We
as
can do
well.
both.
Was Matt still here?
We've done
Yeah,
two.
we
Yeah.
I think we go from one closed session to the next one without coming back out here, if I
Yeah.
remember.
I
That's
was
what
going to
we've
offer
done.
that the motion be for both.
And, yeah, the other as well. I grabbed the agenda out of the basket, and it doesn't have that on here.
Correct. The second closed session was added yesterday.
And to consult with the attorney regarding trial or settlement strategy in connection with the Pace North versus Grand Traverse County case number 23-036677-CK, because an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the litigation or settlement position of the public body as permitted by MCL 15.268 1E.
I'll bring my, all those in favor say aye.
Roll call vote.
Sorry, roll call vote. A little slow on that, Rob.
Henschel,
Yes.
Nelson,
Give me a
Yes.
chance.
Andrews,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Flynn,
Yes.
Walter,
Yes.
Spence,
Yes.
Seifert.
Yes.
I remember spending like 3 hours on policy stuff, and then we'll spend $6 million in a minute. It's like, gee, this doesn't make sense.
I know, right?
No, we're already past that.
You have an appointment?
That would be.
I don't want it to be less cold.
Matt wants to be back in before we.
Oh, you gotta wait.
Who supported coming back? Nelson?
Yep.
Nelson.
You ready?
Accepting that recommendation and rejecting the settlement, or are you okay with, okay. I mean, we just want a motion for summary on that issue that we didn't do in the last case, so figured we're good with that. I just wanted to double check with you before we started the meeting here.
Matt, you're on the speaker.
You're on the meeting.
Hot mic.
Hot mic.
Not yet, he's not. We haven't come back into session yet.
Well, everybody just listened.
All right,
Nobody's listening.
Nobody listens.
Matt, you can hear us?
We can hear
Yes,
you.
Nate?
Right.
I just had a quick call with Greg Grant. We're good to go.
All right, great, thank you.
Yeah, we heard that.
All right, so we got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Fantastic, back in open session. All righty. So, I'm going to make the motion to approve and accept the proposed settlement and release agreement in the matter of Pace North versus Grand Traverse County et al., case number 23036677, CK, as discussed in closed session, and authorize the county administrator to execute any and all documents necessary to finalize the settlement consistent with the terms reviewed, following approval as a legal form by the county's corporation counsel or bond counsel. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Can I ask Matt, does that need to be an or an and in the last, the corporation counsel and bond counsel? I don't want you not reviewing it and only bond counsel reviewing it and vice versa.
So bond counsel would only be involved on the payments for the bond. And our office typically will review, but is not the sign off on those issues. So I'd be fine either way. If you wanted to make it and or even and, I think it would accomplish all the same objectives. We will review everything before it is signed.
And makes me feel better.
Well, we're all about that. So I'll accept the friendly amendment to make it and. Commissioner Hensel?
I just want to make a comment that we're dealing with an entity that has not been acting in good faith, and I'd request a roll call vote on this.
Well, I was going to already, but yeah, I'm with you.
Was there a second?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and I accept the friendly amendment.
Sweet. Bonnie, if you'd roll call vote for us, please.
Nelson?
Yes.
Andrews?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Lynn?
Yes.
Walter?
Yes.
Spence?
Yes.
Henschel?
No.
Seifert?
No. Motion carries. Thank you. Seeing it's after 1 o'clock, we're adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, everyone.
It's raining right now.
Thank you, Matt.
huh?
Is it?
Well, it says